Доказанные медицинские теории в игре отражены, кстати. Это по секретным документам игра. Вампиры реальны. Инфа 100. Тоже ОБС обновил? Бля, я, кстати, обновил ОБС, у меня вроде звук-то есть. Блять. Есть же звук. Так, бля, как... Так, это я проверял, как оно играется. Сидел без музыки в начале. Может, он просто забыл включить? Будет. Спасибо, извините, бля. Это как я обычно тоже включу стрим, а музыку забуду включить. Так, звук нормально по громкости? Спасибо, буду здоров. Норм, ладно. Ладно, сейчас разберемся. Так, вертикалка выключена. Вертикалка. Так, вы не сможете изменить уровень сложности игры в процессе прохождения. Блять, вот, ну, вот да, вот самое время, блять, да, вот сейчас, да. Сейчас приду. Че, душная хуйня? Игра. Я просто думаю, ну легкий или обычный режим врубашить? Бля, ну я думаю, сюжетный совсем будет неинтересно. Хуйня, по-моему. Да, я думаю, да, нормал, блядь.
12 dreams for the Red Queen under crown of stone. 8 voracious beasts born from 8 restless nights. 4 nails piercing the flesh of the sinner. one prayer for the summoned called by this song. 'Tis perhaps the countdown to oblivion for the once proud city of London. 'Tis perchance her inhabitants' last dance alone to face death.
Бля, это игра про будущее, что ли? Я не понимаю, это Лондон через 2 года после санкций или... Или что, Листрас, блядь? Ага.
Turning to priests for interpretation when there was no reason to be found. When religion failed,
да? Бля, ну сейчас узнаем, что там будет. Я в Лондон все равно не собирался ехать, ну хоть посмотрим.
New questions flourished as old answers withered. What is darkness but lurking sun? What is war but enslaved stone?
Блин, как-то игра с первых мгновений начинает грузить немного.
What is song but a call to arms? What is hate but jilted love? What is life but death pending?
Так.
Death. Since the apple was plucked from the sacred tree, mortality was believed to be God's punishment, a righteous snare to keep mankind from ascending to the stars. They were all so wrong. Death is not a wicked thing, nor some holy retribution. A true punishment would be to never know its sweet kiss. Awaken from the harshness and be born once more.
Сеттинг супер. Ну, сейчас посмотрим. Молокатор завтра пьяный проснулся. Пойдем сейчас воду искать. Какая-то напряженная ситуация. Фу. Ну, я думаю, да, восстаешь из мертвых, пить хочется. Возможно, даже кушать. Это какая-то знакомая, да, главного героя, я так понимаю? Бля!
Mary! Oh, no! Mary!
Пиздец.
Hold on! Please, hold on!
Да ты и глотку перегрыз, чё держись-то, блядь? Куда держись? Пиздец, сестру сожрал. Блин, ну это жестко. Я не успел начать играть, а уже F. Пизда.
No! Please, a moment, let me explain!
О, блядь. Нихуя. Не-не, подожди, дай я объясню. Я сестру свою сажал-то. Че объяснять-то, охуел? Беги, блядь. Бежим, блядь. А! Так, ну ХП вроде регенится.
No, please, stop! I mean you no harm. What's going on? Oh, Mary.
Бля, какие-то охотники на вампиров сразу появились. Так, у меня есть старый мачете, блядь. Извините, ты не оставил мне выбора. Бля, главный герой смешной парень. Сори. Бля. Или ты? Ну, я-то великий шутник, известный. Где, вампир можно просто пулями, что ли, бить, или... Чё за бред?
Listen to me. I can't make any sense of this. Shut up, beast! Who are you? What is this all about? What in God's name? I'll do the rest of the job. Just leave me.
Какие-то грубые ребята. Бля, пиздец. Чел просто ушел, оставив вампира, так сказать. Ну, просто оставил. Я бы на месте его друзей ёбнул бы его. О! Это что за хуйня? Пиздец. Арбалетчик какой-то. Сам был бы в ахуе от такого. Я думаю, каждый был бы в ахуе от такого.
Place seems abandoned. I should be safe enough here.
Ну хорошо, будем сейф, так сказать. Что-то с ХП у меня грустновато. Надо кого-нибудь сожрать. Что там? Портретик?
Mary! Mary! Mary, I'm sorry. Whoever did this to us, I will find them.
На протяжении 6 часов так точно. Ну, смотря как играть, может я сделаю из него редкостного упыря, блядь. Сейчас посмотрим, блядь. Бля, вернуться в главное меню, блядь. Сергей Хелле, да. Если здесь можно поставить к маленьким детям. Так, кроссов не боятся ни солнца, ни огня. они не загораются, не превращаются в пепел, попав под солнечные лучи. Но солнце очень сильно им вредит. Лично прикладного вампира к дереву, чтобы узнать, что с ним произойдет после восхода солнца. Кожа почернела, так что загорелась изнутри. Расплавились. Но это его не убило. Хм. Ага, надо обезглавить. Понятно. Понимаю. Ну, записочек вроде немного. Но это не точно. Бутылка алкоголя. Так. Ты это не находил, да ладно, ты охуел. Это первая же комната, блядь. Ну да, и чё? Как ты член свой находишь, удивительно.
Let's run through his pockets.
Picking the dead's pockets? Are you serious?
I've still a rent to pay. He's got no more responsibilities. What's this? Go watch.
Beautiful it is. We fence it and share the takings. I suppose we are undertakers. Now, give him an Eve.
Короче, это мое, блядь, мои часы. Вот сука.
That's impossible.
Пиздец. Или это не мои часы? Просто флешбеки, что у меня когда-то были часы. Непонятно. Будем разбираться. Даже водопровод есть. Что-то много раковин, блядь. А слив вообще охуенный, легендарный, блядь, я бы сказал. Таз внизу, бля, нормально. О, выпилился. Наркоман проклятый. Яйца большие. Возможно, у тебя рак. Сходи к врачу. Рак яичек.
Johnny, this one's lost. We need to leave. And now!
No! There's time. I can save him.
That's the enemy coming! The orders are to evacuate the hospital!
Done. He'll live.
And now what?
We fight. Killing is a hell of a lot easier than healing.
Нихуя жесткий у нас санитар, блядь.
No, it never got easy.
We fight for our freedom. Старый револьвер. 45 урон, блядь. Обычный револьвер. Хороший револьвер. Отличный. Идеальный. Нихуя себе. Прикольно. Идеальный это миф. Морозная свежесть. Так, почти не спал, бы кашлял, в большую яму. Так. Братские могилы по Лондону копали. Неплохо. Ну, это все 19 октября датировано. Многое. Бля, что ты опять еду жрешь, не фоткаешь? Пиздец-то. Хм. То бишь она не вампир, она просто от голода напала на мужа своего? А, нет. Пиздец. Так, и что, мне надо лечь поспать, так сказать, я понимаю? Вампиром же надо стать. Спать. Куриное с грибами? Неплохо.
None of it. No sense at all. It's a nightmare. That's it.
Какая ж падла нас обратила. Он об этом определенно пожалеет.
So be it.
250 рублей эфир. Неплохо. Дорогая шава.
Rational thinking only.
Баш. Конец игры. Вот и поиграли. А считается, если, ну, он выжил, как бы, не суицид же? Бля, больно, наверное.
This is absolute madness. I've lost touch with the real.
Вы думаете, что я вас не переиграю? Что я вас не уничтожу? Я вас уничтожу.
Это Панасенков нас вкусил? То он главный вампир. Так, отдохнуть, развить навыки. Чтобы повысить свой уровень вампирского навыка, придется тратить опыт. Хорошо. И чё, блядь? Аутофагия. Что это за хуйня? Свою собственную кровь, чтобы восполнить здоровье. Так, блядь. Мгм. Мгм. Съедание своей кожи, кстати, да ладно. С каких мест? Так, наступательный навык. Что за наступательный навык? Угу. Нихуя какая умная хуйня эта аутофагия. Нихуя. Васян, ты из гугла, блядь. Бля, когти. Всем живым существам передо мной. Всем существам, значит, я так понимаю, тут... Ну, не только с людьми воевать придется. Вампиры будут какие-нибудь тоже. Недружелюбные. Но на это тратится кровь или что? Что значит? Стоимость. Можно отхиливаться за счет этого будет. Ну-ка. Три копья, там одно мощное, понятно. Шерлок Холмс в роли вампира? Звучит интересно. Блин, теневое облако, ну такое, как по мне. Не, я за когти на старте. Ну, блядь, типа, копье и туман, возможно, они прикольные, но вначале мне надо выжить. Когти мне видится более выгодным вложением. Добраться до северного берега. Так, эта часть города мне не знакома. Привет, Айлуш. Привет.
Then it must belong to the one who made me what I am. I must find him to understand what I have become.
Ой, я шиллинги нашел. Бля, еще евро не было, прикиньте, у каждой из страны были своя валюта. Хотя англичан всякие фунты до сих пор. Чё, как у тебя дела, Айлуш? Первая рабочая неделя закончилась. Кто там? А куда тело делось? Что за хуйня? Здесь тело тянки было. Ты съел? Купил тортик в пекарне. Молодец. Бля, они меня выследили. Слушай, а эта хуйня, получается, она правда превратилась в вампира, да? Она же сама ушла, получается, отсюда. Нихуя. Блять, у нас есть ёбаный пистолет. Давай пристрелим их нахуй. Блять, у меня есть пистолет, но у меня нету оружия. Ну, в смысле, боеприпасов для него. Ну и кал. Что за хуйня? Для левой руки нажимаете это. Ага. Нихуя я. Эклер с черной смородиной. Приятненько. Бля, я вот, кстати, птичье молоко люблю, тортики. Не знаю почему. Они вроде простенькие. Блять, но заебись.
I'm still in Southwark. I must reach the West End. Go back home.
Over there! Die, vermin!
A strength I never knew I had.
Я сила. Люди, могила. Бля, морковный, кстати, наверное, и правда вкусно.
I sinew every fiber of my being is on fire. I feel like a child learning the limits of my body.
Блять, что за хуйня?
My strength, my
Пошел нахуй.
reflexes. I'm not human anymore.
Это что за бомж с дробовиком, блять, пришел или что это? Каламет какой-то. Первый раз понравилось, а второй чё? Молокатор вот не зашло. Молокатор наоборот, что-то ее захуесосил. Ну, в том плане, что душная. Сейчас посмотрим, разберемся. Не, ну, мне кажется, даже ради антураж стоит поиграть. Он такой интересный. Это ж начало 20 века, получается, типа испанка какая-то или что тут в Лондоне у них, я не помню. Знаете, давно было, я не помню. Вампиров, кстати, не существует. Ну да. Join the British Army, блядь. Сейчас, нахуй, штаны только подтяну, блядь. Ступай, помоги. Вот это более правдоподобный.
My poor sister. If only I had controlled my need for blood.
Бля, может Мэри тоже проснется?
Mary, someone will pay for what happened to you. For what happened to us. I can't believe I'm doing this.
Да а чё, крыс тоже нормально, чё?
I cannot enter.
Чё брезговать-то? Мясо оно и есть мясо, чё, блядь?
The dizziness from the jump. I can now control it.
Вампиры поди были, я не удивлен, он и за это скончалась. Ну да. Да блин, мне Полин скидывала статью. Типа вот эти знаменитые темы с корги королевскими. Там, блядь, получается, что от одного корги там 14 поколений было у королевы. А первый ей подарили, когда ей было что-то лет 18, что ли, блядь. И вот от того именно 14 поколений после это вот все ее корги были. Как по мне, довольно-таки неплохо. О, шиллинги. Так, ну в этой игре можно лутаться, поэтому мы здесь надолго.
It's locked, all right.
Да, бля, что, с двух сторон
I
заперли?
cannot enter.
Ну и хуйня. Система укрытий. О! О, как у ворот теперь работает.
I have this thirst for blood. I can't believe I'm doing this.
Ха-ха-ха. Так, а зачем вот это? Перекатывание. Нету больше перекатываний. Блядь, мне просто интересно, переключать-то как? Ну
What
ладно,
will
потом.
London have to say to me?
Да переодеться нам надо бы, блять, а то ходим в кровище
So many
какой-то.
questions unanswered.
Я бы переоделся. Поворот не туда. Блин, поворот не туда еще ладно, друзья. Вот если что-то другое не туда во время определенного действия, я думаю, никто не обрадуется. Так сказать, втыкание не туда.
Another corpse. Have the very streets of London become a mausoleum? The man has been drained of all blood, but I can still smell the scent of it.
Новый тег на порнохабе.
I follow the scent's trail.
Ну, женщинам почему-то не нравится. Не пойму, в чем проблема. Они как-то неправильно написали ведьмачье чутье, друзья. Подожди с своими вампирами, блядь. Вдруг тут шиллинги лежат. Бля, ну ладно, погнали.
Where has everyone gone?
И подожди, а что это за убежище где? Вот этот дом? Угу. Въебать еще логично. Если ты пьян, надо въебать еще. Верстак есть. Так, можно изготовить лекарства для больных горожан, сыворотки для улучшения способностей, детали для улучшения оружия. Прикольно. Слушайте, любопытно. А куда вампир-то ёбаный делся? Или я просто... Я думал, он сюда забежал. Чипсики брать с лососем. Давай. Так, у меня пока нету на новый уровень, да, ничего? Не хватает. Угу. Так, а это что такое? Увеличить запас здоровья, выносливость, урон от укусов повысить. Бля, ну урон, наверное, попробовать. Почему нет? Бля, охотники на вампиров вообще какие-то бесполезные уебаны. Так, а чё у нас с пистолетом-то? Патронов-то дайте. Как огнестрельное оружие работает? Так, ну здесь понятно, что никак. Шел дождь, но никого ничего не смыло, поэтому мы продолжаем преследование.
The trail is very erratic, as if the killer was drunk or hesitant. At last, a little life.
It's a good thing you cannot see me
Welcome,
now.
sir, to the turquoise.
Whoever he may be.
Hello, sir. Are you all right? Is there any way I can help you?
I don't know. Maybe you could just talk to me.
Maybe you prefer to speak with Tom then. He's more agreeable talking to
Да, правильно,
strangers.
женщина не предоставляет разговор, она только по минетам и всяким прочим делам. Ну, может, пожрать сделать.
What is this place?
This is Tom's bar, a turquoise turtle. I'm the barmaid here, Sabrina, if you want to know.
Are you always open this late at night?
No, it's only since the epidemic started. Tom thought that people may need a safe place to stay.
You don't seem to have much business. Where is everybody?
Well, most people are sleeping right now. And those that are awake tend to avoid going out. What with the murders.
Да, лучше занят, он тортики ест.
What's going on around here? Where is everyone?
Too many dead, sir. First the epidemic, and now all these terrible murders.
Убийство? Да быть того не может.
The murders. What can you say about them?
Bodies found in the streets every morning. Drained of blood. It's just horrible. Some say the sewer dog is back.
The sewer dog.
What's that?
No one knows. People have always disappeared around these parts. The ancients say
Помойный
it's a sewer dog coming
пес.
out to feed. But now he's killing in the
Помойный
streets.
пес. Блять.
What have you heard about the epidemic?
There's a Spanish flu. Yeah. Killed so many last summer.
Монитор не
Thought
забудь
we'd seen the
протереть.
last of it. Dozens dying every week.
Are the authorities doing anything?
Nothing. There are so many quarantine zones in London now. It's gotten really hard to travel across town.
I just want to talk. I didn't mean to scare you.
I'm not afraid, sir. It's just I've other customers to take care of.
I only see one customer.
Oh. Well, yeah, of course. I mean, I best check on them.
I'll leave then. Thank you.
Thank you. Здорово, местные, бля.
Good evening, sir. I wondered if I could ask for your help.
Wow, you look like you need a drink.
Yes. I apologize for my outfit. It's been a long
Восьмилетним
night.
вискарем.
Been there,
Неплохо.
seen that. Don't worry, things can only get worse.
What's going on around here? It's like everybody is hiding.
You must be new here. Have you not heard about the murders? Everybody fears the return of the sewer dog.
You make it sound like it's a fairy tale.
People will always believe in monsters. It's easier than accepting their own darkness. We can all be monsters.
Неплохо.
Who is this sewer dog?
It's the local bogeyman. Convenient answer for every crime that happened for decades. You murdered someone, blame the sewer dog, eh?
Бля, там это... Локатор, пока он пьяный сидел, в жопу выебали. Это был помойный пес. Я уверен в этом.
Has anybody entered the bar recently?
Can't say. Sorry. I spent the night making love to that gorgeous bottle, see?
This is important, sir. Are you sure no one has come in here in the
За
last few
что?
hours?
Ну а
I
кого?
don't know,
Тайлуш
and I
тортик
don't
ест, у
care.
него
This
занято
is a free
все.
country. People still have the right to come and go, don't they?
I'll leave you to your bottle.
Бля, а F5 работает сейвы? Квиксейвов нету, да? Блять, это хуёво.
My God, sir, you look like Jonah's whale just spat you out of hell. Can I get you a drink?
No,
Что у
thank
него
you.
за татуировка?
I'm not thirsty.
Well, grab a chair and get some rest. This is going to
Моряк?
be another long night.
Ты прожал F5 работать. Спасибо, блядь. А у меня будет работать?
Where am I? Where is this place?
You're at my bar, sir, the Turquoise Turtle. The last ray of light in this dangerous part of town.
Aren't you scared?
Scared of what? All the bad shit happens out on the foggy streets. And I never go outside.
Логично.
So you're open all night?
Yep. Figured people might need a place to rest in these dark times.
Why is it going to be a long night?
You must be new around here. Don't you know about the murders?
Tell me more about these murders.
Every morning for the last few weeks, bodies have been found. And those poor sods didn't die
Трупы,
of
да
thirst.
быть того не может.
Do the police have any leads on a suspect?
Even before the outbreak, coppers never came round here. We're on our own. People die in these parts all the time, and no one cares.
Никогда такого не было. Вот
I'm
опять,
looking
да.
for someone who might have passed through here recently. Wondered if you might help.
It's been quiet tonight. The only other person I've seen went straight up to his room. Thought it was kind of rude, actually.
You mean he's still here?
Well, yeah. He paid for the entire week.
Who is this man? What does he look like?
Well, like a gentleman, I guess. Well-dressed, quite polite. A professor or something fancy like that. Always writing, reading notes.
How long has he been here?
He rented the room a few days ago and didn't say when he'd leave.
I need to meet this man. I have questions.
Just climb the stairs and knock on the first door. I heard him open his window, so I guess he's still awake. And,
Yes?
no funny business, you hear me? This is a respectable establishment.
Да, я вижу, это очень приличное заведение. Бля, официанточка ничего такая.
Are they stupid or something? I've never even been to India.
Ничем не болеет. А здесь переутомление у него, плохая кровь. Ничем не болеет, это хорошо.
I should just run as far
This is
away.
no place for you. Prewen has several patrols roaming the area.
They do not pursue me.
But they're looking for vampires, and they're most efficient.
They'll not relent until the killer has been identified.
I have a common objective, but I require...
I think someone is eavesdropping.
Are you certain? You might as well come in, whoever you are.
Ну да, вампиры.
Slowly, vampire. Who are you?
I mean you no harm.
Saith the vampire. Present yourself.
I need a word. With anyone.
Бля, ну он общался с вампиршей, судя по диалогу.
Well, that's something I can do for you.
Да пиздец, ты меня чуть Господу Богу не отправил, ты охуел. Бля, если укусили и обратили человека, который был...
And who might you be?
Ну, ну, короче, христианином, на нем крестик висел, он же не восстанет тогда или чё? Так. Пожалуй, вы сначала представитесь.
Tell me, who are you? First, tell me what you want. Then I may tell you. That's none of your concern. Sir, you have entered my room in the middle of the night, pale as a corpse and shaking like a tree. So please, indulge me. Someone is molesting people. In fact, killing them. Biting them. The calling card of a vampire. Like you. You seem the expert. How would that be? I have my secrets, as you have yours. Then if you are not a vampire, who or what are you? Dr. Edgar Swansea of the Brotherhood of St. Paul. I'm performing an independent investigation here in an attempt to understand precisely what is going on. And what exactly is this Brotherhood? Sir, if the name is not familiar to you, then we shall discuss it another time.
Ну, на меня, походу, уже охотятся ваши ребята, я хотел бы знать.
I heard another voice, that of a woman. Who were you talking to? Ridiculous. I've no idea what you're talking about.
Вампиры на слух, я думаю...
Not to trust you. Then the feeling is mutual. What have you uncovered concerning the murders? It started a few nights ago. Rumors of violent murders. The docks have always been, shall we say, somewhat unsavory. But this is different. How different? A vampire is at work here. Famished.
Погоди, но... Блять, вампир, судя по следам, зашел сюда. В заведение, а потом куда он делся, непонятно. И это не этот чел. Что мы про доктора знаем? Что у него 6000... Ага.
Then help me find the culprit. I may. If you'll first tell me why you opened this door. I followed a trail,
the scent of blood from a recent victim. It led me here.
You thought I was your aggressor? That explains a great deal. We're both chasing the same shadow.
Тайлушка, ты тут или чё? Бля, ну предположим одно и то же, но... А может это тянка, которая с ним общалась? Сейчас я попить налью и... Бля, просто подозрительно. До конца жизни будешь одинок. Ну, Тайлушка, да, что-то он... Ладно, сделаем вид, что мы... Просто, блядь, он зашел в это же заведение, но таких совпадений не бывает. Либо это супер охуенная шутка вселенной, что как минимум через это же заведение проходила наша цель, либо он покрывает вампиршу, блядь. Может, он ее ебет даже.
A shadow, indeed. Yet I heard his voice in my head. There was a moment I believed I was mad.
You should let me handle this affair. You've no idea what you're up against.
No. I will find the monster. He is mine.
How will
Когда
you
камера
do it better
разговаривает по
than I?
телефону.
But then let me ask you
Нормально у
this.
них
What are
все.
your intentions if you find the killer?
I will at last have the answers to my questions.
Then I can only wish you good hunting. And pray we shall meet again.
Бля, ну что-то ты мне не все договариваешь-то, блядь. Вы не против? Блять, а кто еще проходил?
It's locked.
Are they stupid or something?
Просто домогательство, забей.
If Swansea is not my attacker, it means somebody else came here tonight. Someone must know something.
Бля, он прошел дальше. Получается. Ну ладно, давайте раз спросим.
He didn't deserve this. Evening, sir. Can I help you?
I have a few questions for you.
Well, if you must.
I spoke to Dr. Swansea. He's not the man I'm looking for. Now, I want the truth.
The truth? What do you mean?
I suspect that someone else was here tonight, and I don't think Tom wants to tell me about it.
I'm just the barmaid here, okay? If Tom says you're the only visitor we had, then you're the only visitor we had.
I can feel your fear, madam. Please tell me what's going on.
It's Will. William Bishop. He came in here earlier tonight and he...
Уильям Бишоп.
Well, I thought he was going to clock someone.
Ебать, вы команду вспомнили.
Why are you so afraid?
I mean, his skin. His hands. I scrubbed every glass and every chair that he touched. God, I hope it's not contagious.
What happened tonight?
He was dead drunk as usual. My God, his eyes, his face. He must have caught something awful. He shouted and cried. It was terrible.
It is terrible.
Tell me about this William Bishop.
Will was a sailor who worked at the cannon factory before he lost that job. A nice bloke, really. He's never been violent. Until tonight.
Why keep it a secret? Why not tell me about it?
Tom's nothing if not loyal. After Will lost his job, he offered him one ear. They used to be good mates. But recently, well, Will started to get very aggressive.
I see. Thank you for your candor. I'll be sure to talk to Tom.
Так. Некогда были близкими друзьями. Возможно, даже больше, чем друзьями.
Scott.
Hello, sir. May I disturb you again?
And you're still ugly as sin.
Очень грубо с вашей стороны.
I'll leave you
Сэр.
to your bottle then.
Сэр. Как втрое в лодке, не считая собаки. Сэр. Сэр. Сэр.
I can't say I have. Are you sure no one else came into your bar before I arrived?
Hey, I told you, you were the only other stranger I've had.
Tom, talk to me about the visit from your old friend, William.
Yes, Will came by tonight, but he's not my friend anymore.
Это я, типа, строго с ним так поговорил, типа, ай-яй-яй, блядь, Том, ну-ка рассказывай, блядь, я все знаю, нахуй.
Who is he?
Или это какую-то вампирскую силу применил.
He worked for years at the cannon factory before it closed.
Бля, походу мы преследуем локатор, только КамАЗовых заводах нету в Лондоне, блядь. Есть консервный, был.
Is he dangerous?
Yeah. Like many drunks, he's all bark and no bite. He can barely stand up most of the time.
How was he tonight? Was he different?
Sicker than usual, perhaps. He whined and mumbled about how mean people were to him and how he'd like to talk to me outside, and then he left when I refused.
Пойдем, выйдем, блядь.
Why lie to me if he is not your friend?
I didn't lie. I said you were my only unannounced customer, and that's the truth.
Теперь баблом рулит компас. Ну, компас это что ж КамАЗ? Или компас это не модель, а именно фирма? Он же КамАЗ компас или что?
I need to find him. It's a matter of urgency.
Да бля, Уилл, это, мне кажется, такой же, как и мы, новообращенный.
It's up by the North Pier. He sleeps there when he's too drunk to get home.
Please describe him to me.
What'd you expect? He's a tall, sick bastard with a bad rash and torn old clothes. William used to be strong. Now he's a mess.
Thank you, Tom.
If you see him, tell him I don't want him back here unless he cleans up his act, okay?
Я боюсь, ты его больше не увидишь. Пойдем ёбнем его. Ну ладно. Ну, Сабрина прям вообще хороша, конечно. Хотя, может, будут тянки посимпатичнее. Китайский по запчастям. Китайский КамАЗ, короче, я понял.
I will get to the bottom of this intrigue. What's been done to me?
Добровольцы на оружейный завод нужны. Британцы действуют заодно. Да, блять, охуенно. Скажите это ирландцам, блять, шотландцам. КамАЗ Салика, блять. Да. Ты нужен армии, запиши сегодня. Есть вопросы? Приходи в ближайший вербовочный пункт, блять. Ну, если выбирать между жизнью в городе, где эпидемия говна, и армия, наверное, армия. Во флот. Блин, британский флот когда-то ебал все, блядь, на воде. А потом они сдулись. Так, походу его уже это самое, да?
The body is still warm. This man has just been drained of blood.
Так это тот, кто нам нужен? Я думал, он обращенный, он...
Blood and empty gin bottles. This bishop fellow
Значит,
is
вряд ли он
something of a
тот, кто
heavy
нам
drinker.
нужен.
This man was armed. He tried to defend himself.
Если это тот, кто нам нужен, может, это просто пинчук какой-то.
This corpse has been dried of its blood, just like the previous victim. What's this? Some sort of note.
Макалум. Так, множество доков, кровосос. Так, понятно, это не тот, кто нам нужен.
These men, they're a company of professional vampire. There are blood splats on the other side of the canal. I must finish my charge.
Here I am. Бля, ну я тоже, кстати, удивлен, что это охотники на вампиров, блядь. Это, бля, умирают, как обычные эти бомжи, блядь. Какие это нахуй охотники на вампиров? Блядь, а тут красться-то можно как-то? Ходьба. Q. Красться, да. Ну, блядь. А хули он хотел? О, нихуя. Ебать, великий стелс, блядь. О, оружие дальнего боя. Число патронов ограничено. Хорошо, я учту. Погоди, блядь, переключать-то как? Да, блять. Подожди. Как выбрать оружие дальнего боя-то, бля, огнестрел? Погоди, а куда бомж отсюда делся? Так, чего? С точки зрения урона помечено соответствующее. Блять, устойчивости всякие начинаются, блять. Короче, его вампирскими надо приемами ебашить. Так, я подобрал патроны. Блять, меня схлопнулся, блять. Рута не чат. Так, подожди, я не понял, блять. Переключение оружия-то где, блять? Что за хуйня? Выстрелить. Правая кнопка мыши. Да, блять, охуенно. Как? Z, C. Чат схлопнулся, я вернулся. Так а где револьвер-то, блять? Игра, ты ебанутая? У меня же есть револьвер, вот он. Блять, я нахуй не понял. Шутки юмора.
Not a good place for a stroll. Go back home, idiot! That's this nest of them cleaned out. Look lively! It's up to us! Easy, filthy piece of shit!
А этот чильт ему норм, да? Ну, ок. Так, новые, ну-ка, что за хуйня? Так, ну звучит логично. Что за современный средств связи? iPhone, что ли, начало 20 века? Бля, белый фосфор, я думаю, опасная хуйня. Ультрафиолетовый свет в начале 20 века? Бронежилеты, блядь? Что, блядь? Извините, бля, Вторую мировую-то не каждый, блядь, использовал, нахуй, бронежилеты, блядь. Вы шо, ебанулись, блядь, там, нахуй? В своем Лондоне, блядь. Я так и не понял, как огнестрелом пользоваться. Либо мне его пока по сюжету зарубили и не дают. Потому что он у меня как бы есть в инвентаре, но я его не могу выбрать никак примерно. Какая-то хуйня. Так, это не могу улучшить. Я мачете могу улучшить, да? Ну, давай. Бля, чел, у меня такая хуйня была лет 16-17, когда мне было все равно какие отношения, лишь бы засунуть куда-то что-то. Ебать, блядь. О, что это? Восстанавливать кровь в своих венах, делая ее беззащитной? Подожди, что это за хуйня? А, в венах цели, блядь, я читать не умею. Бля, мне кажется, вот это охуенно. Так, это что, кровавый барьер? Блять, ну мне не хватает опыта. Что за хуйня? Бля, я пока на самом деле не особо хочу что-то качать. Вот это было бы интересно, но у меня опыта не хватает. Сосад. Нахуй. Даже без засовывания. Блин, ну неужели в чате Сергея Хелгей не было ни одной аниматян или... Как там? Томбоя, не томбоя, как это говно называется? Ебать, он флексит. Бля, кстати, здесь наверху не был. Бля, так можно подфармиться. Ну вот. Старая лупара, блядь, нихуя. Блядь, я уже даже обрез нашел. А как их использовать-то, блядь? Так я, блядь, чего? Пиздец, никто не откликнулся на его крики. К тебе приставала, а ты чё? В невинность играл? Это ошибка была, которая стоила тебе всего. Бля, ну чё, это чмо куда-нибудь пойдет? Бля, опыта вообще нихуя за них не дают. Хуйня. Так, блять, как оружие это брать? По идее, дистанционное на С, но у меня правая рука, это теперь вот эта хуйня. А, может, надо выбирать цель, блядь, типа нахуй. Атака в ближнем бою. Выстрелить. А у меня, блядь, стоит хуйня. Ты был единственным парнем, нихуя. Ты и тут просрал все возможности. Пиздец. Ты слишком приличный какой-то.
Fresh blood. The whole building reeks of it. The scent is so strong it makes me dizzy.
Свинцовый пруд. Так, слышу 2 человек. Особое свойство двуручного оружия. Выберите его и нажмите. Ага. Бля, тут есть парирование. Так как меняется оружие-то, блядь? Игра, ты заебала. Как это, блядь, работает? Нихуя тут жмуров, блядь.
This creature is bedeviled.
Let go of me.
I must put it down.
Да бля. First try, бля. Так, блять, как оружие менять? У меня пальцы какие-то есть, еще что-то. Я что-то не понимаю. Ни огнестрела, ни, блять, это не могу переключить. Либо что-то не понял. Ты кто, блять? Чел.
Let me go. William was an honorable man. I could have saved him.
Mr. Hampton, are you in there?
I knew him well, another lost soul, a kindred spirit.
Sir, listen to the sound of my voice. I'm a doctor. You're suffering from shock.
I must return.
Нихуя ты стильный был.
Remember, certain skulls are every bit as resistant as we are.
Who are you? What do you mean by Skal?
You truly are a newborn. I should have realized.
Wait. You are the woman from the bar. Are you... like me? Can you help me?
I believe, sir, I already have.
Блять, типичная тян, блять. Падре, не умирай, блять.
By George and the Saints, you've solved the mystery of these terrible murders.
Как удачно, блять. Короче,
Patience, good fellows, I've come to offer
следили
help.
за мной.
Just give me a moment to secure my boat. We can leave.
Блин, Скали и Малдер здесь не помешали бы, кстати.
William was not the evil man they claimed. He was just taken by the thirst. He needed his drink.
This man requires medical attention. We'll see he gets to the nearest hospital.
No, please, I must tend to my fold. My flock needs me.
There, sir. Go with the good Dr. Swansea. He's resourceful, and I'm sure he'll take good care of you.
You'd best come as well. The sun is soon to rise, and you'll need a place to rest.
I just need a moment. If I can learn something about what has happened to William, I'll be a step closer to understanding what happened to me.
Так, а как я собираюсь это узнать? Просто осмотреть его, взять образец крови трупа, нихуя.
This poor creature can't be my maker. Could it be some subspecies of vampire? I must find a place to analyze the blood.
Да ладно, покажешь 9 класс, кринж? Ну-ка, удиви нас потом. Блять, ты как переключить оружие, сука? И двуручку же какая-то есть, еще что-то.
Where are we headed?
We're on our way to the Pembroke Hospital. It's just across the canal. They'll have a bed for poor Mr. Hampton.
William was... What manner of creature was he?
Predator, prey, villain, and victim. Who can say? The important thing is that he's been stopped.
Бля, ну странная тема, он работает
And the woman?
с вампиршей.
Who is she?
What woman?
Oh, don't play me for a fool. You used me to locate that skull. You must know who she is.
And I thought you a gentleman. You shouldn't talk about a lady behind her back, but I will tell you she values her privacy.
Какая-то хуйня происходит.
She appears from the middle of the canal. If only that were the reality of the situation.
To be honest, I've always tried to avoid this part of town.
Pembroke Hospital is the last bastion between the rest of London and the epidemic. The flu has decimated the East End and the war still
Графон, кстати, ничего такой вроде. Для 18-го года вообще неплохо.
I am the administrator of Pembroke Hospital.
I thought you were here in service of your mysterious order, the Brotherhood of...
Of St. Paul's Stole, yes. But first and foremost, I'm a man of science. A physician, like yourself, Dr. Reed.
How do you know who I am?
No need for modesty. You are Dr. Jonathan Reed, a surgeon of some caliber and renown, if I'm not mistaken.
You are correct, sir.
I knew it! I had my suspicions. But when you took the blood sample from the corpse of poor William, I was certain. Dr. Reed. Marvelous.
Чё чудесно, я умер, блядь, дебил.
I attended 3 of your seminars before the war. I have the utmost admiration for your research. And what a turn of fate. England's most esteemed blood specialist returns to London a vampire.
That word, again, from a so-called man of science.
I understand. Traditionally, the role of science is to refute myth, but when myth walks among us, the Brotherhood of St. Paul has dedicated its purpose to their study. There's so much for you to learn.
And for that,
Так я селебрити какое-то.
Well, then let me be blunt. Join my staff at Pembroke Hospital. As a physician. I suspect you'll not find a better post of employment to contemplate your predicament.
This is sudden. I was returning home to see my sickly mother. But alas, that was before contracting this affliction.
Dr. Reed, take a moment to consider. The post would be for the night shift, providing a good explanation for your absence during daylight hours. You'll be adequately reimbursed and have a place to hide. I even had the forethought to bring some clean clothes. So, what do you say?
It seems I have little choice, but yours is a generous offer, so I thank you.
Brilliant! Oh, Jonathan, this is one for the book, and the beginning of a beautiful friendship.
Бля, да он воспользовался тем, что мне идти больше просто некуда, блядь. Прижал меня. Блядь, проклятый капиталист. Бля, наебали опять чуваки. Пиздец.
Dr. Swansea, thank goodness. I was beginning to be concerned.
Worry no more, Nurse Crane, for I bring good news.
Oh, Doctor, what a night. We lost 2 more patients. Nurse Scow said she couldn't take it anymore and resigned.
Yes, well, I'll make a new rota in the morning. In the meantime, find a good bed for Mr. Hammond.
Нихера она вся в кровище.
Pay attention to his needs.
Of course, Doctor.
Oh, and Dorothy.
Yes, Doctor?
Dr. Reed here has just returned from the front. He served King and Country and will be joining us here at Pembroke. We're very lucky to have gained a surgeon of his talent, and one so experienced in blood transfusions.
That is good news indeed, Doctor.
Я с кровью вообще работать люблю теперь, если вы понимаете, о чем я.
Here at Pembroke, it's not what we have, but what we haven't. It's only thanks to Nurse Crane and the staff that our ship doesn't sink. If you have any questions, just ask her.
Duly noted. Thank you.
Your assistance is required, Dr. Swansea, immediately.
Welcome aboard, Jonathan. We'll catch up after my rounds. Coming, Nurse Crane. I'm coming.
Слушайте, ну вроде на плаще для меня не поскупился. Спасибо как бы и на этом. Вообще костюмчик, смотрите, блядь, как... Бля, селебрити.
It's locked, all right.
Бля, район здоров, кстати.
It's okay, Jonathan. I'll see you later.
Come on, you bastard. You can do better than that. Nah. It's my turn.
Нихуя.
Rotten oppressive. Each heart contains the seed of life. Drink at this river. Try it all.
Oh, come on, you bastard. I won't bite.
Sir, please. You've lost too much blood. Calm yourself.
You think I didn't notice? Stop your staring and get me to an hospital, you arse.
Бля, я бы не грубил хорошо одетому господину.
I've a mind to let you bleed out. Good luck then, sir.
All right, sorry. I am in pain here.
Бля, так пить хочется.
Yes. That's a very nasty wound you've got there. Take my word, I am a doctor. Dr. Jonathan Reed.
Name's Clay Cox. I'd appreciate you helping me to a better place, Doc.
Follow me, Mr. Cox. Let me assist you to that better place.
Так, человека сначала нужно загипнотизировать и увести подальше от посторонних глаз. Угу. Так, и куда мне его вести?
This fading light into the shadows. Dance with him the dance of life and death.
Объять. ТГ чекать? Ты же говорил Дискорд. Бля, нихуя ты стильный, блядь. Бля, хорошо у тебя сестры нет, а то, бля, по твоей прическе реально можешь подумать, что тебе только сестра дает. Бля, нихуя ты. Хорош, хорош, самец. Да ну его нахуй, этого клея, он грубиян, не люблю таких.
In the back, you bastard! Didn't have the guts to fart me. Fuck you. I'll kill you. I'll kill you.
Район пострадает в результате ваших действий. Да я что сделал? Я вообще ничего не сделал. Только рельефа такого нет. А чё, сдулся, блядь? Бля, ну а чё я рассчитывали? Какой-то хуеплет мне грубит, я чё, блядь? Проглочу это? Хуй ему, блядь. Пошел от клей нахуй. Я понял, почему мне не понравился. Клинтон Клей был в третьей мафии. Ненавижу третью мафию.
Dr. Swansea has already told us about you, sir. I'm Nurse Gwyneth Brannigan. Welcome to the Pembroke Hospital.
Did he really? It's a good thing I wasn't hoping to keep a low profile.
All members of staff have already read about your new blood transfusion technique. Dr. Swansea made sure of that.
I see. Well, I'm a little surprised, but I suppose I'll just have to deal with this unexpected notoriety.
You must know, blood transfusions are Dr. Swansea's primary subject of research. He is convinced it is the future.
Чё, как дела?
How are things here?
Not good, to say the least. We're struggling against an invisible enemy, more lethal than any bullet from a gun. It's hard, Doctor.
An invisible enemy? Quite a poetic term for a disease, especially from a nurse.
Sorry, Doctor.
Как те девки из группы Тату? Дрочил на них?
We could all do with a good night's sleep.
Do you think this hospital
Представлял тройничок?
We are all volunteers here, and we're trying to hold fast, but how
В тайне, да? Бля, ну а как еще можно? Не зашел же в класс, встал перед их партой, снял штаны и начал наяривать. Так, я думаю, если бы ты делал, ты бы с нами сейчас не общался, ты бы до сих пор где-нибудь в дурке сидел или под колесами, блядь, каким-то содержался бы, блядь, на попечении государства, блядь. Ну и в тюрьме, блядь, за такие фокусы, нахуй.
I'm not familiar with all the staff yet. Perhaps you could help me.
Brilliant professionals, most of them. Dr. Swansea has a gift for recruiting talent.
Most of them. Is there a problem I should know about, nurse?
It would be inappropriate.
Имя для русского языка было оригинальное. Ну да, если мы говорим все еще про клея. Выдающийся талант — это кто?
Is there anyone that stands out?
Well, I have never met someone as dedicated as Dr. Tippett. He should be a standard for us all here. If only he were younger.
Why should his age be a problem?
I guess it's fair to say he's always pushing himself to the limits. He just doesn't know when to stop and get some rest.
Так.
Nurse Brannigan, if you do know something, please tell me. Anything you say will be held in confidence.
No. I may disagree with some conduct, But in the end, everybody is doing their best.
Короче, веселая была компашка у вас. Короче, я понял, чем важнее персонаж, ну, он тем больше опыта. Да клей 500 всего стоил, хуй на него. Блять, подсказок нету. Интересно, что же случится? Эффект бабочки, типа бомжа, блять, ебанул и что, блять? Он спас бы, блять, не знаю, стал бы великим ученым? Или спас великого ученого? О, по помойкам можно шариться, ребята. Все, 10 из 10 игра официально. 10 of 10. Очень прикольно, когда город меняется. Как в Dishonored первом. За второй не могу сказать ничего, до сих пор не играл. Надо Dishonored, кстати, скачать, перепройти. Ладно, пойдем пока по сюжету. Я так понимаю, погулять еще можно будет. Вообще не убивал. Блин, мне на самом деле... Ну, здесь в РПГ еще ладно, куда ни шло, но в Dishonored у меня просто жопа полыхала с того, что... Сейчас я попить налью. Короче, с того, что нельзя убивать. За это тебя наказывают. А типа, блядь, ну это игра, где ты играешь за убийц, корву убийц, по сути, блядь. Или когда в метро, блядь, ты в шутер, играешь в шутер, убиваешь врагов, блядь, а тебе потом плохую концовку дают, блядь. Идите нахуй с такими решениями, разработчики, блядь. В РПГ я еще могу это понять, как бы окей. Хотя тоже сомнительная тема. Должен быть баланс. Тебя должны одновременно и вознаграждать, и наказывать за те или иные решения. То бишь, хорошо и плохо должно быть и при агрессивном прохождении летальном, и при нелетальном. А тут, блядь, деление на черное и белое, ну это хуйня какая-то. Но опять же, как мне кажется. Последний раз запускал 22 сентября 18, ну как раз она вышла, ты в нее поиграл 6 часов, и все. А я дождался, пока ее в Epic Game Store раздадут. Ну, посмотрим, что тут за игра-то, блин. Ладно, давайте сначала со всеми познакомимся, так сказать, там медсестры всякие. Что-нибудь спиздить можно. Подождите, Дороти, я общаюсь с...
Good evening, Doctor.
Угу. Очень хорошо. Очень хорошо. Как жизнь в Лондоне? Погоди, это опять она, что ли?
Goodbye, nurse. Call me if you need assistance.
Это она, я пока шарился, она уже сюда прошла? Понял.
Doctor, where have you been? I've little time to play hide and seek with new staff members, no matter how illustrious they may be.
I apologize, nurse. I needed some time to myself. This has been the longest and strangest night of my life.
You delivered poor Mr. Hampton from a terrible fate. The means to that end should be of little concern, Doctor.
Thank you, nurse. What can I do for you?
Dr. Swansea insisted we provide you a quiet office. You'll find it on the
Так, на
second
втором
floor.
этаже, я понял.
Thank you. Nurse Crane, isn't it?
Yes, Dorothy Crane. Welcome to Pembroke Hospital, Dr. Reed. Your office has been prepared.
Я бы хотел с вами поговорить.
I would like to ask a few questions first. What kind of man is Dr. Swansea?
Well, you accepted the job from him. I thought you would have known about your employer.
It's right to assume Dr. Swansea knows far more about me than I do about him.
You'll get to know him soon enough, and better than me. The administrator has better things to do than mix with us.
Apologies, I've only just met him the once. This is sudden. I've only just returned to England.
Dr. Swansea is a brilliant surgeon and the most compassionate physician.
Ты стенды в себе открыл алкогольный или что? Алкогольный стенд, бля, открыл, понятно.
And Mr. Hampton, the patient we brought in. How does he fare?
I gave him a sedative to help him sleep. Poor thing was in quite a state of shock.
If you could point me in the direction of my room again, nurse.
Second floor of the hospital.
Слева от лестницы, последний кабинет в конце коридора. Спасибо большое. Дай бог вам здоровья.
Thank you.
3 подсказки с ней. Понятно.
That's great. Good evening, sir. I'm Dr. Jonathan Reed. I'm new here.
I've already heard about you, Dr. Reed. I'm Milton Hooks, the ambulance driver for this shithole of a hospital.
That's quite a blunt introduction, Mr. Hooks.
You can call me Milton. I like to speak my mind, Dr. Reed. Perk of the job. Don't judge me, and I won't judge you.
I'm not sure I understand what you're talking about.
Well, I'm no doctor, but I'm pretty sure a gun can't be used as a surgical instrument.
You have a keen eye. I learned to shoot during the war, and have carried one ever since. Old habits die hard.
No need to explain, Dr. Reed. And if you ever need a better gun, remember, I may have something for you.
Неплохо. Как там Лондон-то?
You want to hear the situation is all right? It's fucking awful. We lack everything, and it's getting worse every day.
So what do you do exactly in this hospital? Apart from smuggling guns, I mean.
I've been an ambulance driver since... too long, I guess. I bring sick people here night and day. It's a dirty job, but I get it done. Most of the time.
Как ты не подхватил ты ничего?
Since you're on the front line, how is the sanitary situation in this vicinity?
It's a complete disaster. It's even getting dangerous to enter some streets or buildings.
Ну, вампир грипп не подхватит, я думаю, да?
It sounds like things have been a bit rough recently. What's happened?
Yesterday I got attacked by the patient I was bringing here. I escaped through the hospital's garden, but I lost my wallet when I was running.
You left an infected patient outside the hospital? That's incredibly dangerous.
Go there yourself if you want, but be careful, doctor. I'd rather not bring your dead body back.
Бля, это у него рано. Я думал, просто он фанат аниме, как бы, Японии, носит флаг японский на рукаве, а это рана перебинтована. Понятно.
Are you really smuggling weapons through the hospital?
And why not? I've already been attacked by patients, you know. And by gang members willing to steal my money.
Не, ну мало ли, анимешники негры бывают, наверное. Не все же траву курить и рэп слушать. Справедливо.
I'd like to see your goods. Wise choice, Dr. Reed. A reliable gun is what everybody needs these days.
Дробовик Милтона, патроны. Да пока вроде мне ничего не надо. Патронов разве что прикупить. Блядь, что так мало на револьвер патронов, блядь? Нахуй, пока не будем ничего брать. Так, а в сад больницы как войти? Это где? Я думаю, сходим сразу, может, бумажник заберем. Патрон без револьвера, такая хуйня. Не, револьвер-то у меня есть. О, ты кто, блядь?
Good evening, sir.
So it is true.
А, Типпетс.
Famous Dr. Reed has joined us. I can't think of any better news during these terrible times.
Do we know each other?
Actually, yes. We met once before, at the Rockefeller University in New York.
Dr. Tippett, yes, I remember. I was assisting Professor Carell in his research about coronary bypasses. He had nothing but praise for you.
He was also very confident about your future. And look at you now.
Даже застрелиться нечем. Ну, можете в голову вбить его молотком, блядь. Но я не одобряю даже. Не стоит использовать это. Требуется консультация со специалистом, прежде чем применять такие методы, друзья.
What is the Pembroke Hospital situation? And please, speak freely.
This hospital is not exactly the best of London. I'm sure you are used to working in a better environment.
It's more than enough. In any case, the personnel of a hospital are much more important to me than the building.
Don't be misled by appearances, Dr. Reed. This hospital does not lack talented people. It just lacks hope.
What can you tell me about the staff in the hospital?
Some are really good, and others are not so good. But during this troubled period, there is no time for slander. I prefer to focus on the positive character traits.
Any opinion about the management?
I don't always agree with Dr. Swansea's reserve, but I must admit he does all he can to keep this facility running during this crisis.
Ah, yes, the burden of command. I was fed up with this concept while serving as a medical officer.
Don't get me wrong. Swansea's a good administrator. I just wish he would get out of his office now and again.
Tell me more about cherished people, then.
Nurse Brannigan is a pearl. She is the most helpful and dedicated nurse I've ever worked with. A clever and cheerful woman.
You really seem to admire her skills.
I'll go even further. If she was a man, she would be a damn fine practitioner.
Проклятые сексисты не дают талантливой женщине пробиться в люди, так сказать.
You're exhausting yourself, Corcoran. Maybe you should think about preserving your strength.
No. We must keep on healing all those poor souls. We are the last rampart.
Ну да, я какую-то силу джедайскую применяю, короче.
Nurse Brannigan is worried about you, Doctor.
She should not have told you that. I will have a word with her.
You don't have to blame her for her honesty.
I'm not that kind of man, my dear Jonathan. Actually, Nurse Brannigan's opinion is the only one I may listen to.
You're exhausting yourself, Corcoran. Maybe you should...
No.
Nurse Brannigan, you don't...
Бля, не могу другой вариант выбрать. Ну ладно.
Goodbye, Dr. Tippett.
Так, а где тут карта-то вообще? Ага. за больницей. А как мне туда пройти? Слева обход. Ну, ради интереса давайте сходим. Так, это куда? Я здесь же пройду. В сад.
Scowl voices in the garden. I should investigate. If they were to find somebody.
Бля, он с 6 уровня, блядь, так-то. Бля, скали крепкие ребята. Блять, огнестрел, кто мне объяснит, как использовать, сука, блять? Пиздец, блядь, прям так рядом. Блять. Да, блядь, бей нахуй. Ты ебанутый, блядь? Пиздец, блядь. Ой. Ну и где чекпоинт? Ну, спасибо, что хоть здесь. Блять, почему я огнестрел не могу взять? Кто мне нахуй объяснит, блять? Блять, ты шо, охуел? Ты, сука! Блять, чуваки, огнестрел. Ну есть же у меня. У меня и двуручка есть какая-то, блять. Но я с ёбаным мачете хожу, блять. В чем хуйня-то, блядь? В чем шутка? Как переключаться-то? Патроны вон есть какие-то. Нихуя, блядь. Вот оно чё. Блять, ну теперь ты чё не так, ёб твою мать. Угу. Понял. Ну давай попробуем с косой. блядь. Коса вообще нахуй не дает оглушения почти. Но урон пиздатый. А чё он тут в говне-то копался каком-то? Пиздец, блядь. Блядь, нахуй ты выстрелил-то сразу? Понятно. По-моему, я слышал еще кого-то. Ну ладно, по помойкам пошаримся немного. Где я, блядь? Бомжи, я так понимаю, здесь так и будут отреспавниться, да? Может, мне хоть опыта дадут за это? И скидку на оружие.
Good evening, Milton.
Good evening, Doctor. Still trying to save lives?
Да нет, я кошельки расшариваю.
Good news, Milton.
What? The epidemic's over?
I retrieved your wallet with all the money and a certain picture.
Well, yeah, Pippa Hawkins is my girl. So what? Is it the difference of skin colour that bothers you?
Not at all, Milton.
Good. Please, take this money anyway. To remind you to keep your mouth shut. Not everybody is as broad-minded as you, Dr.
Что за хуйня, блядь?
Goodbye, Milton.
Серьезно, тут идет ёбаная эпидемия, вы пытаетесь мне втюхивать дерьмо про расизм и разноцветные пары, блядь? Вы что, ебанутые, блядь?
Good evening, Dr. Tippett.
Doctor.
Goodbye.
Так, а с кем можно это, так сказать, обсудить?
Good evening, Nurse Brannigan.
Good.
Why does Dr. Tippett claim you're the main reason he keeps working, despite his fatigue?
If it wasn't for him, I probably would have left the Pembroke years ago.
Dr. Tippett does not think of you as just a nurse anymore, does he?
If you're suggesting he's not taking my gender into consideration when it comes to medical practice and knowledge, I really hope he doesn't.
Камера, во, пацаны, просто охуенная. Огонь.
Goodbye, nurse. Call me if you...
Ладно, пойдем в свой кабинет. 1500 очков сами себя не распределят. Места нет. Идите домой. Отличная больница. Бля, столько персонажей всяких понапихали сюда. Прикольно.
Dr. Swansea is right. This place seems perfect to conduct my research.
Мадам.
Good evening, miss. I'm Dr. Reed, the new surgeon at the Pembroke Hospital. And who are you?
Your name has no meaning to me, mortal. You're nothing but dust blown by the winds of eternity.
I beg your pardon?
What are you begging for, mortal? My clemency? Well, tonight maybe I'm
Ебанутая или чё?
You'll never forget the night you met Thelma Howcroft.
You keep calling me mortal. Why is that? And if I'm mortal, what are you?
Well, Dr. Reed, if you must know, I'm a vampire.
Понятненько. Ну и как вампирам в Лондоне?
Why do you believe you're a vampire?
I don't need to believe anything. It is what I am. It is what I feel within this hollow shell of flesh.
Please, describe to me how you feel. What is it like to be a vampire?
I can hear my body crumble from the inside as my flesh cracks and fades. I sense the last pulse of postulant blood within my drying veins. I need new blood.
Ёбнутая.
I see. Have you ever heard of Cotard's syndrome, Miss Howcroft?
Never.
It's a mental illness discovered by a French neurologist named Jules Cotard. The affected patients are delusional. They believe that they are putrefying, that they are dead, a ghost or a ghoul. Or in your case, a vampire.
Delusional, you say? Oh, sad and petty mortal. You can't even begin to understand the concept of immortality. And you think it is I who am delusional.
I'm assuming you must be a patient here. Am I right, Miss Howcroft?
It's only a cover. To hide from my enemies. I can leave whenever I want. As a woman, a spirit, fog, or bat.
Неплохо. А что за враги?
Who are these enemies you mentioned? Can you describe them?
I cannot say for sure. But I sense their eyes on me from nearby.
Молокатор что-то там напился и уснул?
Watching me every time I visit the garden.
Или вспоминаешь подростковые возможности? И спиваешься еще сильнее?
They're here to help you, to care for you.
I'm not speaking of the doctors in white. I'm speaking of the men and women who hunt me. For I am a vampire.
I see. Don't worry. These people will not find you here. I'll personally make sure they leave you alone.
Thank you, mortal. But do not interfere with them, for you are no match for those that hunt me.
Новое расследование. Так. Кто шпионит за Тельмой? Звучит интересно.
Who are you really, Miss Howcroft? I mean, apart from being a vampire.
Is that not enough for you, puny mortal? What do you require? Proof of my powers?
I'm curious to know who you were before becoming a vampire.
It was such a long time ago, I don't remember. Centuries of unholy life can have strange effects on one's minds, you see?
Очень удобная отмазка. Охуенная, я бы даже сказал.
Do you require my services, Miss Howcroft?
I have no need for your medicine, Dr. Reed. Blood is the only drug I need.
Хорошо. Блин, медосмотр не хочет. Я бы хотел осмотреть ее в научных целях. Понятно, ебанутая.
Good evening, nurse.
Good evening, Doctor. I don't think we've been introduced yet. My name is Pippa Hawkins.
And I'm Dr. Jonathan
Пипа.
Reed.
Прикольное имя.
Swansea has recently offered me a position in this hospital.
Well, it's a euphemism that your help will be appreciated, Doctor.
How would you describe the situation at the Pembroke Hospital?
It's serious. The flu is wreaking havoc amongst the staff and patients. We are running out of everything.
You must get a hold of yourself, nurse.
Sorry, I'm exhausted. No one has any idea when this epidemic will be over.
Nurse Hawkins, the Spanish flu won't last forever. Even the Black Plague didn't kill everyone.
I wish I could believe you. But what if this epidemic was worse?
Да ладно, даже ковид всех не убил.
Nobody was spared.
Но это будет потом.
How long have you been a nurse?
Well, long enough to see that the epidemic is winning. And no matter how qualified you are, don't tell me you'll change that.
You'd be surprised what dedication can achieve, Nurse Hawkins. In medicine, sometimes we're just a test result away from a miracle.
Sorry, Doctor. I don't want to sound bitter, but I'm just too tired to give a pep talk like Nurse Brannigan.
How is the Pembroke staff coping with the epidemic?
Well, not well. Milton, the ambulance driver, is even more grumpy than usual. Especially
Кстати, о Милтоне.
Why is Milton grumpy on a daily basis? Is it just an act?
Milton's not the kind of man who's bothered about a bad reputation, whether he deserved it or not.
Why does Milton dislike doctors?
I don't know. Just ask him. But be warned, Milton is not the chatty type.
Вам медосмотр не нужен? Хорошо себя чувствуете?
Do you need medical help yourself, nurse?
I'm fine, really. I just need to sleep.
Хорошо.
How is the Pembroke staff coping with the epidemic?
Well, not well. Milton, the
Так, ну
ambulance
это я
driver.
слышал уже.
Pepper, I know you're very close to Milton Hooks.
Yes. Milton Hooks is my man. If you want to report me for that, just feel free, Doctor.
I have no intention of reporting you, Nurse Hawkins. But are you aware of the risks?
The rules say I won't be allowed to work as a nurse anymore. But here at the Pembroke, we break rules all the time.
Is he worth the risk?
Hey, I'm no perfect woman, and Milton is not the finest
Ну,
bloke,
это любовь,
but we
чуваки.
do our best to get by.
По-другому и не
That's
скажешь.
all any of us can hope for nowadays.
Goodbye, nurse.
Спасибо за инфу, так сказать. Так, а кто шпионит за отель? Мы тоже рядышком. Можем тоже сходить. Сейчас только с Милтоном поговорим.
Good evening, Milton.
Good evening, Doctor. Still...
What's going on between you and Nurse Hawkins?
Pippa's tired. Tired of all this shit. Tired of all those corpses piling up. She's as depressed as I am.
During the war, I witnessed a few couples just like you come together in difficult circumstances. It can be very damaging.
Maybe you're right. But we support each other. And that's all that matters.
You do realize you could both get fired. Hospital staff are not meant to have intimate relationships with one another.
Come on, Dr. Reed. Do you know how many rules are broken in this hospital every day just to keep it running? There's nothing wrong with what we're doing.
Логично. Медосмотр тебе не нужен? Нормально себя чувствуешь?
I'm fine, Doc. Physically, at least. But I would give everything to be in a better place right now.
Понятненько.
Goodbye, Milton.
Goodbye, Милтон. Так, куда? Направо. Пойдемте сходим. Кто там следит за нашей вампиршей? Кто это делает? Какие-то упыри. Бля, кадет 7-го уровня. Жестко довольно-таки должно быть. Бля, душные ребята. Но им это не помогло. Так. Угу. Уже никто ничего не разведает. Бля, боевка немного кривоватенькая, конечно. Ну да ладно. Бля, ну командный пункт это попозже схожу. Тут, бля, если здесь уж 7-й уровень челы были. Боюсь представить, что там дальше. Надо уже до своего кабинета, наверное, дойти и прокачаться, как бы. Тем более, может, еще сейчас пациентов осмотрим немножко. Я думаю, проще со всеми познакомиться сразу.
I'm Dr. Reed. May I help you?
I don't know if a third opinion is needed. Your colleagues are already arguing about my condition.
I see. Would you mind telling me more about your situation?
I'm Harvey Fiddick. All I want is to get me bloody arm fixed properly.
Tell me about yourself, Mr. Fiddick.
I'm just a regular guy waiting to get his arm fixed, so I can return to work and to my family.
I was more curious about what you were doing before being hospitalized.
I'm a carpenter, and a good one too. But that means I need both arms to feed my family, Dr. Reed.
Как вам наше заведение?
Are you satisfied with your treatment here?
Well, it's clear that I've chosen a bad time to be injured. Forgive my bluntness, but you seem overwhelmed by cases of the flu.
I won't lie to you about it. I'm afraid we are.
Are you sure you don't want to operate yourself, Dr. Reed? I have the feeling you're very capable, and your colleagues seem to think so too.
In other circumstances, you would be right. But for now, I don't think I can take on the responsibility. My apologies. Tell me about the doctors who are arguing about your case.
Strickland and Aykroyd. They both want the best for me, but there's a lot of pride there. Doctors are no different from carpenters, it seems.
What do you mean?
I often had professional arguments with rivals on a building site.
Ну, поспорить, я думаю, во всех профессиях любят.
Not flesh and bones.
Is there anything else that's bothering you? Can I help in any way?
I'm all right. Considering the state of this place, I should consider myself lucky, I guess.
Goodbye for now, Mr. Fiddick. I'll see you later.
Always knew the words to calm the children, Helen. As for me, you're an idiot.
Что ты труп-то осматриваешь? Ты делаешь вид, что работаешь?
I believe we're going to be working together.
Dr. Reed. Dr. Swansea informed us of your arrival, but I could not dare to believe we'd have such good fortune. Such an honor, sir.
Thank you. And you are?
I am Thoreau Strickland, Dr. Thoreau Strickland. I'm a great admirer of your work, Dr. Reed.
Please, could you tell me something about yourself?
I'm a great admirer of your work concerning blood transfusion.
Да, смотрю, тут переливание крови вообще в почете.
I'm convinced it's the future.
What made you choose to be a doctor?
I'm not ashamed to admit you and your work have inspired me. I am honored to have the opportunity to work by your side.
It's always a pleasure to share scientific and medical knowledge with someone eager to learn. I'll be glad to help you if I can.
This epidemic may be the century's most terrible disaster, but I'm convinced
О,
that
не, братан, ты еще не знаешь, что будет дальше, бля.
I based my technique on my mentor's research. He helped me perfect my method. What is yours?
I'd rather not talk about it. For now, it's just theories and first approach. My process is purely experimental and unsuccessful.
As long as you're cautious and methodical, you may remain empty-handed, but you won't fail.
You're not the first one to warn me, but I am convinced knowledge is the main weapon against the ravages of this epidemic.
What can you tell me about the Pembroke?
Well, it has always been an honor to work with Dr. Swansea. But with your arrival, I can't think of a better opportunity to learn about blood transfusion.
You seem quite optimistic. It's a rare and precious attitude in these difficult times.
I'm convinced that this epidemic is a test of endurance and dedication for us men of science.
Questions remain about our capacity to resolve the situation.
True. Last summer, during the first wave of the epidemic, I used to joke with Milton about the extra work. We're not smiling now.
Да, перевод великолепный.
Do you need help with anything in particular?
Well, yes, maybe. I'm waiting for a batch of products I ordered for my personal research, yet my supplier seems to have vanished.
Его съели вампиры, наверное.
Oh no, Dr. Reed. But if you went personally to his shop, what with your reputation and all, he wouldn't dare to refuse the products I need.
I see. Well, give me the address, for I may pass by if I have time.
Понятненько.
Tell me more about your willingness to experiment with new medical techniques.
Harvey Fiddick is a patient suffering from a severe injury that could cripple him if not treated correctly. I'm convinced your blood transfusion technique could help him.
What is it you really want? To save him, or to prove your point?
Fair question. I want nothing but to save my patient, Dr. Reed. Especially since I know Mr. Fiddick's story.
Что за история?
Tell me Mr. Fiddick's story.
Our first diagnosis was compromised because Mr. Fiddick lied to us about the real origin of his injury. He first claimed it was an accident.
But why would he hide such crucial information from us?
Because he is a proud father, ashamed of putting his children at risk because of his own negligence.
Любопытно.
This personal involvement could also appear to be a lack of impartiality. You must know that a good surgeon must remain neutral.
I agree. But that does not excuse Dr. Ackroyd's behavior, a man who did not even take time to converse with his patient.
Do you think keeping his distance was a mistake?
All I know is that I'm taking care of human beings with desires, hopes, and fears. Not some biological machine comprised of blood, bones, and flesh.
Понятненько. Сейчас пойдем к Фидику еще раз докопаемся.
Goodbye, Dr. Strickland.
Так, вы, Дороти.
Good evening, Mr.
Good evening, Dr. Reed.
Tell me about your injury, Harvey. Why do you feel so guilty about it?
My wife died because of me. And now I may lose everything because I've been careless enough to hurt myself. What an arsehole.
Ай-яй-яй.
You can't hold yourself responsible for your injury, Mr. Fiddick. Unless you tried to hurt yourself.
Of course I didn't hurt myself. But I can't work until my arm is fixed. My children need to eat, Doctor.
А что с женой случилось?
How could your job be responsible for your wife's death?
I was working a double. She went out to bring me a hot meal and got caught in a German bomb raid.
Бля. Соболезную.
Tell me more about the death of your wife, Harvey.
1915. I was in the army. Building workshops for the Royal Flying Corps. Helen was happy I wasn't sent to the front.
What happened?
The Germans sent Zeppelins to bomb the construction site, but they missed their target. My wife was bringing my dinner when the bombs fell.
Пиздец.
How are your children after losing their mother?
They were smaller then. The only good thing about this is my Helen didn't bring them with her that night.
I'm sorry for your loss. So many died during the bombings. I served in France and witnessed the carnage there.
I would like to say that she didn't suffer. Truth is, I have no idea. I just know that I'm all that me kids have. Poor little bleeders.
Печальная история.
Goodbye for now, Mr.
I will not let you down, my boy.
Так, а где еще один врач? Что-то у них.
But in the circumstances, I'm willing to give you the benefit of the doubt.
Вы кто?
Good evening, madam. Can I help you?
It's my son who needs you, sir.
I'm Dr. Jonathan Reed. How can I help your son?
I'm Beatrice Goswick, mother of Mortimer Goswick. Could you check on him, please, Dr. Reed? I've heard much of your talents as a physician.
Блять, кто всем рассказывает, что я талантливый врач, блять? Ну хорош.
What can you tell me about yourself, Mrs. Goswick?
Not much to say. Just take care of my Mortimer and I'll cover all the expenses. That's all that matters.
May I ask if you have an occupation, Mrs. Goswick?
I'm a teacher by profession. I teach young women who are more ambitious about their futures than their families.
Are you really that rich? Most of the patients here are of a more humble origin, if I may say so.
Yes, thanks to my husband. May he rest in peace. I can cover any needed medical expenses.
Повезло вашему мальчику.
What do you think of your reception here? Any complaints?
I have had the uttermost reservations about this hospital since we arrived. But we had no other choice, considering the state of emergency.
Is there something in particular that's bothering you?
Some of the staff were not especially welcoming. I suspect they're not accustomed to dealing with patients of such.
Ты в российских еще не была больницах.
Tell me more about your arrival at the Pembroke Hospital. What gave you such a bad first impression?
The ambulance driver was quite rude, for a start. That nurse, Miss Hawkins, seems to have quite a dubious attitude.
What do you mean?
She managed to secure a bed for my son despite the epidemic. It was a relief, but it wasn't cheap.
I share your concern, Mrs. Goswick. Be sure that I'll talk to the people involved.
I don't expect compensation, Dr. Reed. But I'm aware such behavior would not be tolerated in other hospitals.
Я не уверен в этом. Везде люди работают, еще больше смогли содрать бы.
I paid without question, considering the urgency of the situation.
Пиздец.
Goodbye, Mrs. Goswick.
Так.
This hospital seems to be falling apart.
Ну что, мальчик?
But in the circumstances,
Good
I'm
evening.
willing to give you
Что с тобой?
Can I help at all?
No.
Really? Why are you here then?
I don't want to talk. My throat hurts too much.
I suppose that this pain is the reason you're here. Is someone taking care of you?
Yes. And no.
Could you at least tell me your name, sir?
Mortimer. Mortimer Goswick.
Что у него с горлом?
How painful is your throat, Mr. Goswick?
So painful I'd rather not talk at all, Doctor.
I'm sure you realize a doctor and his patient have to communicate, sir. Would it help if I gave you some paper and a pen?
Not really.
I see. Then maybe it's not just your throat that hurts, Mr. Goswick. Perhaps your sore throat is just the consequence of something more hurtful.
Yes, maybe. But I don't want to talk or even write about it now.
При мамке не хочешь говорить? У тебя сифилис?
How painful is your throat, Mr. Goswick?
So painful, I'd rather...
I'll let you get...
Не-не-не,
Good
я...
evening, Doctor. How is my son?
Блять, мадам, я не закончил с вашим сыном.
Good evening.
I'm okay.
Tell me about yourself, Mr. Goswick.
I don't want to talk, Doctor.
Все равно я до тебя доебусь, братан.
Why did your mother have you hospitalized here? She seems convinced this is a bad hospital.
My mother just wants the best for me. She won't rest while I'm here. She'd go all the way to hell and back to help me.
Pembroke Hospital may look unorthodox, but rest assured you're in good hands here.
It's not me you have to convince, Dr. Reed. It's my mother.
Is your mother bothering you? As your doctor, I can ask her to leave you alone if you would prefer.
That's tempting, Doctor. But you have no idea what my mother is capable of. She would tie herself to my bed if you asked her to leave.
Соболезную, чел. Под гиперопеку попал, да?
I have to go.
I'm all right. Don't waste your time with me.
I will not let you down, my boy.
Так, а где остальные? Так, это Пипа. Так, что там, блядь, за торговля местами, Пипа, я не понял.
Good evening, Nurse Hawkins.
Good evening.
How is...
No. I don't.
Бля, кому доебаться-то? К ней я не могу, а почему?
How would you...
It's Sue.
Такая подсказка, чё?
Goodbye.
А чё толку-то в этой подсказке-то? Непонятно.
Good evening, sir. I'm Dr. Reed. I believe we're going to be colleagues.
Reed? Yes, I've been informed about your arrival. I'm Waverly Ackroyd. Welcome aboard, I suppose.
Does my arrival inconvenience you in some way, Dr. Ackroyd?
Let us just say that I don't particularly share Dr. Swans's enthusiasm for hiring you. What we need here are reliable professionals, not overrated dabblers.
Грубовато.
Since your tenure in this hospital is longer than mine, perhaps you can tell me more about this place.
Let's just say I'm tired of the carelessness around me. I have always respected the skills of Dr. Swansea, but over time his enthusiasm has become displaced.
Carelessness? Exactly what are you talking about?
We're here to save lives. The people who trust us.
Блин, сколько же диалогов в этой игре, даже непривычно немного. Почти с каждым можно поговорить. Прикольно.
Even if I, as any good practitioner should, express an interest in pushing the boundaries of medical research.
Modern medical methods were created through audacity and ego. But there are rules in our line of work, and they're here to protect our patients.
Угу. Старовер медицинский, понятно.
If you have a problem with me, Dr. Ackroyd, please feel free to tell me.
Dr. Swansea has imposed your presence on this hospital without asking anyone's advice. The benefit of his position. But I don't agree with it.
I know we've never met before, But I believe this hospital could use all the help it can get. You will agree with that, I'm sure.
Oh, but I have heard about you, Dr. Reed. Of course, you can't say the same about me, since I have not wasted my time courting the press.
There is no need for such animosity between us. Don't you think the epidemic is already enough to deal with?
That is one point we could agree on. And that is precisely why I want
Ну,
to be
каким бы
sure
пижоном ни
you
был
will be of
ГГ,
help
на
to
войне-то он
instead of a
не
burden.
прятался, так сказать. Ну да ладно.
Tell me, Waverly, what do you think of Dr. Strickland's enthusiasm for his experimental research?
Strickland is playing with his patients' lives for pride and glory. Now that, sir, is unethical.
Are you thinking about something in particular?
Harvey Fiddick needs delicate surgery. I believe we should stick to the usual procedure, but my young colleague obviously disagrees.
Why do you wish to lead this surgery?
I strongly believe that Mr. Fiddick should not be butchered to test an unproven procedure.
Other people may say that's too conservative a point of view.
Conservative? And what are you going to say to Mr. Fiddick if he loses his arm because of the operation? Because that's what's going to happen if the surgery is a failure.
Справедливо.
And are you not afraid that your rivalry with Strickland may be blinding you?
Rivalry? I guess you could call it that. But I will never be childish enough to let my personal feelings affect my judgment.
Колоритный чел.
It seems you have bad memories of your military service.
I refuse to see this industrial slaughter as scientific progress. War only reveals the worst in men.
We can at least agree on something, Dr. Ackroyd. I don't know what you've heard about me, but I have already proved my value as a practitioner.
I don't question your skills, Dr. Reed, but your motive. Is it money, fame, or are you truly dedicated?
And what exactly is that supposed to mean?
I served in the war just like you. But unlike you, I did not use the wounded to play the modern sorcerer.
Be careful what you insinuate, Dr. Ackroyd.
I only want you to admit you used those men to improve your theories.
Но мы не знаем, сколько было спасено из общего количества операций. Но, к сожалению, как показала, блядь, история, даже наработки японского отряда, который опыты на людях ставил, в итоге пригодились и сейчас применяют в современной медицине. Как бы это ни было отвратительно.
It is not a question of initiative, it is a question of integrity. These men and women have put their faith in us, Dr. Reed.
Справедливо. Ладненько.
Thank you.
Спасибо за уделенное время. Блять, сколько же здесь людей-то? Я даже немного теряюсь. Да, блять, что же вас столько много-то здесь?
Good evening, sir. Can I help you?
Unless you're here to fix my face. No.
Боюсь, пластическая хирургия в начале 20 века не так хороша. Похож на гули из Fallout.
You guessed right, Doctor. German shell took my pretty little mug right off. But they still call me Thomas Elwood.
How is your stay with us, Mr. Elwood?
Oh, it's bliss. I just escaped death in the trenches to be surrounded again by the moans of the dying.
Can I ask you precisely why you're a patient here?
It's the pain, sir. The drugs don't work. It just hurts under the scars, if you get my drift.
Who is treating you? Is someone in particular looking after your case?
Nobody since the old and tired doctor spoke to me. Started to think I was forgotten about. Won't blame you.
You don't seem worried by that.
My face hurts so much more when I smile or cry. I've learned it's easier not to speak. But be assured I'm smiling inside.
Can I do anything for your pain?
Nurses gave me a bunch of pills. No effect. Told you. It's like the flames are under my skin, burning away.
Психологическое, возможно, что-то.
Soldier, do you need assistance?
I'm fine. Just do something for this pain, will you? That's all I'm asking.
Where were you stationed, sir? Did you serve for long?
I really don't want to talk about all this shit.
No offense. I was pushing too much. I served in France myself. I just wanted to know what happened to you.
You were an officer, weren't you? Then I doubt we fought the same war, sir. No offense.
How close are you to Miss Hallcroft? Are you aware that she thinks she is a vampire?
To wait for her next nibble is the best reason to stay here. Every time she approaches my bed, she treats me like something tasty. A normal person.
Aren't you afraid? She may hurt you if the game goes too far.
She's quite harmless, I can assure you. Her head's broken inside is all. While I'm busted on the outside. But she's still beautiful.
Ну вы прям идеальная пара. Один снаружи, так сказать, поврежден, другая внутри.
So do you let her bite you? You know that's not sanitary.
And why not? She's only supping a few drops of my blood. And the pain.
Блин, садомазо, БДСМ,
She could
чуваки.
decide to bite less willing patients.
Then it's another good reason for me to stay here, Doctor.
You do realize she's mentally disturbed. It's called the Cotard syndrome. She truly believes she's a vampire.
In her madness, she never refers to my scars. And frankly, if I could, I'd join her world. It seems much more fun than the real one.
Забавненько. Хорошо.
Goodbye.
And what of my own life?
Good evening, Mr. Hampton. How do you feel?
Dr. Reed, is it? Oh, sir, I must apologize for my
Быстро
behavior.
его отпустил. Кстати, странно, что его крест на меня не
Fear
действует.
and exhaustion make me say awful things to you, I'm afraid.
You remained perfectly nice and polite. A little delirious, perhaps. But who wouldn't be after enduring an abduction?
Thank you, Doctor. That's a relief. Now all I need to do is rest and return to my flock.
How did you end up in William Bishop's den?
I had received alarming news about his recent behavior. I went to his place and he refused to let me go.
Why did he abduct you?
William was an alcoholic. His addiction suddenly changed to blood. I don't know why. Just like a patient I met here. This Miss Hallcroft.
You dared to enter this awful place alone. You're a hero, Mr. Hampton. Or a fool.
I'm just a man trying to help his friends, Dr. Reed. William Bishop was a conflicted soul, searching for light.
Do you know Tom Watts, the bartender from the Turtle? I met him before I found you in the canning factory.
Tom? Yes, of course. Always the helping hand, good old Tom. Without men like him, corruption and despair would have wiped out the East End long ago.
People are still in despair.
How could it be otherwise? The authorities have left us all to rot in this contagious nightmare. No drugs, no advice, nothing. It's a damn shame.
Ничего нового.
Who should I avoid in this part of town, then? Any particularly evil figures?
Not really. Most men and women are just doing their best. And it's not my habit to speak ill of people I know, Doctor.
Не очень информативно.
What is the general situation in the East End docks?
The situation has always been tough, with a lot of tensions between the gangs and the dockers' trade union. The wet boot boys are very nervous since they lost their leader.
Who leads the gang now?
Since Clay Cox went missing, it's his wife Edwina who runs the show, with the assistance of her minion, Booth Digby.
Бля, Клей-то... Так он только-только пропал.
Has the gang been threatening you?
Ah, no. I've had this nickname for so long, you know, the sad saint of the East End. No one dares to bug a saint, not even criminals.
Удобно устроился. Клею не повезло, он был грубияном, а мы, вампиры, грубиянов не любим. Не повезло.
What do you do for a living, Mr. Hampton? I can't help but notice the cross around your neck.
I manage a night asylum for the poor and homeless of the docks. And I try to guide the lost and hesitant on the right path to our Lord.
Are you a priest, Mr. Hampton? A deacon, maybe?
Not at all, Doctor. I'm just a man of faith willing to preach the good word.
А что, так можно?
Why didn't you use your cross against William Bishop? To repel him somehow?
That's a very strange question, Doctor. A cross is no magical token, if that's what you were trying to say. Not mine, anyway.
А, он, наверное, не освященный, что-нибудь такое.
Have you made friends since you arrived?
Not really, but I recognize Miss Harriet Jones. I knew her when she lived by the docks. That poor woman had such a miserable life.
You never came to see her here at Pembroke? Receiving visits when sick can be an important part of the healing process, you know. We're not just bodies.
You're preaching to the converted now, Doctor. To be truly honest, I thought she was dead. She left the docks many months ago.
How do you feel, Mr. Hampton? Medically speaking, I mean.
I feel exhausted. Beyond exhaustion, actually. William drank so much of my blood in his madness. I feel empty.
You're in good hands here. Dr. Swansea is well versed in blood transfusion, and I'm sure he'll take the best care of you.
Thank you, sir. I believe all I need is rest, and then I can go back to the people who need me.
Ну ладненько, это самое, давай,
Mr. Hampton.
выздоравливай.
We'll talk again later.
Так. Тут еще где-то есть бабуля какая-то. Или она прям в палате с этим? Я что-то не заметил ее. А, меня к ней не пускают пока.
I cannot enter.
Ну ладненько. Так, сейчас тогда дайте. Вот это что за мужчина? Мужчина? Вы кто? Это тоже врач. Надо познакомиться с коллегой.
Good evening. I'm Dr. Reed. Always a pleasure to meet a colleague, sir. Especially when he was supposedly dead.
A colleague? Are you a doctor too?
Not anymore, sir. I used to be Dr. Rakesh Chadana. Now, I'm just Mr. Chadana, pawnbroker and humble guardian of this mall.
What do you mean, you used to be a doctor? Was your license revoked?
No, sir. It is just that I like to be precise. I run a little pawn shop while taking care of the dead. But I used to be a real doctor.
Любопытно.
Are you afraid or uneasy being surrounded by so many corpses?
Why should I? These bodies are empty vessels. Flesh left to decay.
Ну, теперь я готов бы поспорить в этом. Они иногда восстают.
An interesting point of view. And quite an exotic one, too. Most people fear, or at least have respect, for dead flesh.
Sir, as a medic during the war, I learned to face my death and the death of others. It's the pain we have to tame, not death itself.
Понятненько.
How did you get this job?
After I left the army, I worked as an undertaker down by the docks. A dangerous place with many an unpleasant business there. Milton Hooks helped me get a job here.
Do you work here alone?
Yes, very easy work, sir. All I have to do is watch a few bodies. The situation was very different when the main morgue was still open.
Why do you have to watch these bodies?
Because these poor fellows have no names. We keep them in case someone comes looking for the missing. Sadly, very rarely happens.
Да, неприятненько.
Why close the hospital's main morgue?
It was for sanitary reasons after the beginning of the epidemic. Cadavers had to be moved to the nearest mass grave.
Have we met before?
I don't think so, sir. Why?
When we first talked, you said you were glad to meet me since I was reported dead.
Funny story, sir. Your sister came here a few nights ago. You were missing, and she was looking for your body. She must be very relieved now.
Да, блин, теперь сестра числится мертвой.
A pawnbroker. I expect
Даже не числится, блин, неприятная
Yes,
история.
sir. All kind of people. For I sell all kind of goods.
Who comes here to trade with you? It's very unhygienic, even unsafe. Diseases can spread. For the customers, for the hospital.
I'm very cautious, sir. I've been a doctor, remember? And all my clients are good people. In fact, I think I only know good people.
Ну да, пока что все кажутся приятными людьми. Не хочется их убивать.
What kind of goods?
With the quarantine, it's not always easy to buy things. So I trade, I exchange. Some people sell, some others buy. I like to help.
Since you're not afraid of dying, do you believe in life after death, Rakesh?
No. I believe we must do all the good we can while alive. For our time is short, and the obstacles are endless.
Do you think you would enjoy immortality as a concept?
I don't think so. Don't mistake me. I love life, and I'd like to live a long life. But everything has to decay, sir. Even goodwill.
Do you really believe goodwill cannot last?
As I said, sir, everything decays. If I was to never die, goodness, I would be bored or worse. And I like to be helpful.
Ну, наверное, есть в этом какой-то смысл.
Yes.
Все надоедает,
But the good
приедается.
news is, we'll all die before losing our humanity, sir.
So you're ready to die?
No, I am not. I don't fear death, for I won't see it. What troubles me is the pain my death will inflict to those I know.
You're a wise man, Mr. Chidana.
No, Dr. Reed. I am a foolish man. But I like to think otherwise.
Хорошо. Осмотреться не хотите?
I'm feeling all right, Doctor. But perhaps it is because I, too, am used to the smell of the dead.
Please show me what you have to sell.
Of course. It's just trinkets and curios, really.
Посмотрим,
But
что у него
I'm sure
есть.
they can be useful.
Загадочный рецепт за 70 монет. Блин, 70 монет на загадочный рецепт. Да и хер с ним, давай купим. Так, а как-то исследуется-то я, конечно, купил. На каком-то верстаке, может, да? Так. Есть еще какие-то два персонажа, с которыми надо перетереть. Может, они даже наверху. Уж здесь я вроде уже перетер со всеми. Так. Новых диалогов нету.
Good evening. And good evening to you, Doctor. What do you think of Dr. Ackroyd's aversion to modern medical methods?
It's a shame he's so narrow-minded. Dr. Swansea taught me that science is about exploring uncharted territory. I'm convinced that's true.
With the influenza and all that's going on, you should put your differences aside, don't you think? Why is it so difficult to work together?
I believe that if Dr. Ackroyd had been the one to discover the transfusion process, he would be the first to recommend its use.
So you believe it's just a question of jealousy and pride?
Dr. Ackroyd is as proud as he is blinded by his obsolete concept of medical science.
Жестко на своем коллеге. Кто это такие? Ладно, пойдем уже наверх, дойдем наконец-то. Да блин. Так, здесь ничего. Там тоже. А что наверху? Любопытно. Как оружие можно юзать, да? Так, это мое.
It's locked.
Закрыто. Подожди, я хочу на прощание с этим перетереть. С главврачом. Какой, блядь? Ну ладно, ладно, я это запомню. Ого.
It's definitely away from prying eyes.
Блин, занавески бы.
A kingdom of my own. At least I won't be sleeping in a coffin.
Ну, да, неплохо. Хотя было бы довольно-таки аутентично бы. Угу. Где он, интересно, находил вампиров, которые просто с ним пообщаться готовы были? Любопытно. Любопытно.
The flower's dying. It needs water.
Блин, надо полить цветочек-то. Так, что за рецепт? Лекарства. Короче, лечить людей можно будет. Ага, понял. Правда, пока никого лечить не могу. Так, можем ли мы что-то улучшить? Блин, у косы... у нее свойство парирования, а не... Блять, а я глушить ей пытался, а надо парировать. Блин, ну тут с окошками таймингов грустновато. Способна разрезать кости. Так, ну чё? Угу. Восемьдесят пять, а мачете 58. Подожди. Это значит из... нет, здесь вот так проходит. Из этого мачете я больше уже ничего сделать не могу, да? Он навсегда останется вторым уровнем. Блин, топорик Клея выглядит интереснее. Скорость атаки, конечно, меньше. У пилы, кстати, неплохое. И скорость атаки, и... урон. Ладно, я пока не уверен, что я хочу прокачивать.
William Bishop's blood is much more unstable than human blood and shows extensive mutation. But this is not what happened to me. I must keep on searching. The sun is about to rise. I can feel it. I'll continue tomorrow night. I have so much time now.
Ну да, может, нас здесь не будут искать эти архаровцы. Воины света хреновые. Так, появился у нас это самое. Кровавый барьер. Не, я думаю, свертывание интересная тема. Или копье. Не, надо что-то оборонительное. Стоимости нету. Ну это оглушение, да? Но это только ближний бой. 600. Чуточку больше хп, может. Так, что за тактические? Мгм. Хм. Мгм. Блин, выносливость не помешала бы, хотя я не испытываю каких-то проблем. У меня проблема только, что я забываю вовремя отскакивать, передохнуть. Давайте еще эту возьмем хрень. Авось пригодится. Блин, видок, конечно, у меня так себе. Так, кстати, ну, короче, я ухудшил немного состояние района, да? То бишь из-за того, что я вот этого еблана грохнул. Район все еще здоров, но близок к краху. Средство от переутомления сделать бы, кстати. А тут, я так понимаю, много больных. Особо никого убивать не стоит, надо подлечить их. А то в тяжелое скатится. Здесь вообще пиздец. И здесь пиздец. Всего 4 района. Понятненько.
I'm to stay here until my research is complete. I'd better learn to hide my true nature from the mortals. But what about my thirst for blood?
Ну, давайте учиться жить среди людей, так сказать.
Yes, Nurse Crane? How can I help you?
I'm so sorry. I know Dr. Swansea wanted you to rest, but we have somewhat of a crisis.
A crisis, you say?
Our supply of antiseptics is nearly depleted. I was hoping there was another box up here, but...
What type of hospital are you running? No antiseptics?
You have been away too long, Doctor. With the war and now this epidemic, supplies
Я на
have been
самом деле не
running
хотел
scarce
так
for
грубо
months now.
отвечать.
I may have a solution. In France, during the war, drugs shortage was a daily problem, and we had to use our wits to overcome the shortages.
However do you mean?
If combined correctly, certain household chemical products can be used in a pinch instead. Now, where's the hospital storeroom?
The storeroom? Fat chance. This is the Pembroke, and space is luxury we don't have. Everything used to be stored in the old morgue.
Perhaps I should look there first. Where is this morgue?
It's the large building behind the hospital. You'll need to go in the back door because it's been sealed off for sanitary reasons. Take this key. It opens a small back entrance at the end of a narrow street.
The abandoned morgue behind the hospital. A small door at the end of a narrow street. On my way then.
Думаю, там до
Thank you,
хера
nurse.
вампиров и прочего биомусора. Неприятненько. Так, а что у меня за расследование тут есть? Добраться до аптеки. Ага, так, здесь нету ничего. Так, а где эта аптека-то? Да бля. Да как мне карту-то подвигать? А, вот. Нет, это основное. А где аптека? Я же выбрал. А, ух, ёпта. Не близко. Так, к этому-то можно зайти? Он готов поговорить? Понятно. Слишком важный дядька. Так, выходим направо. Блин, надо было оружие прокачать все-таки, наверное. Нет. Ну да ладно, будем надеяться, что нам этого хватит. Даже как отдельную локу сделали. Класс. Блять, ты можешь достать оружие перед тем, как стрелять из него, иди, твою мать. Бесишь. Погоди. Зачем я вышел? Я думал, это продолжение Локи. Бля. Как все сложно.
It's locked, all right.
Balls of Mars, fortifiers. As popular as they are ineffective. But they do contain iron tartrate, and that might prove itself useful.
Да, блядь. Ты тварь, нахуй. Блядь, ты пидор, блядь, ёбаный. Что за хуйня? Скотинка какая.
William Bishop. Must be the same strain. This sickness moves faster than influenza.
Неприятная какая скотина.
It's locked. This key will surely grant me access to the basement.
Ну, подвал это хорошо, но тут еще есть наверх. Блять. Блять, да... Ты, сука... Что за хуйня? Блять, ты заебал нахуй. Что он делает, блять, я не понимаю. Пиздец, блять, чел. Пиздец, блять. Скотинка какая неприятная.
It's locked, all right.
Куда он нахрен вылез вообще? Что это было, блядь?
These scowls feed from corpses and the husks of animals. They're not after
Блять, да наведение. Блять, кто наведение на контрол делал, просто псих больной. Нельзя ж так издеваться над людьми. Блять, я проебал из-за тебя, сука. Боевка просто великая. 10 из 10, блять. Здесь сделали. Так.
Mr. Connor's injuries don't match the report. I'd better look into this.
Что-то да, бля.
It's locked, all right.
Поглощать кровь можно им. Любопытно.
It's locked.
Да, блять, как же лок-то? Пилу попробуем. Пистолет я что-то не особо оценил, и патронов, блять, маловато всегда. Давайте попробуем. Блять! Да как так-то? Бля, я еще забываю прием юзать. Блять, да что за хуйня? Нихуя себе. Да куда? Бля, просто на тоненького.
I'm not sure I can defeat them without becoming stronger.
Да.
To drink blood is so tempting.
Так, никаких записочек, ничего нету. Да, кровушки выпить не помешало бы. И оружие все-таки надо прокачать. вот какое из них? Коса вроде на парировании себя неплохо чувствует. Но я так и не научился ей орудовать. Пускай пока будет так. Дадут мне отсюда выбраться, блять. Без приключений. Хер там плавал. Блять, ах ты тварь. Блять, да я нажал же. Пробел. Вас уничтожили. Да ладно. Да быть того не может. До прокачки или после? После. Бля, просто какой-то бомж рандомно меня захуярил. Блять, их и внизу сколько-то откуда-то нарисовалось до хера. Блять, да как я не попал-то, я не пойму, блять. Блять, пидорас, блять, ёбаный. Сука. Ну их нахер. Так, а изготавливать надо только у меня, да? Так, подожди. С кем там надо перетереть-то по поводу...
It's locked. Good evening, Mr. Goswick. How are you?
I'm okay.
I have to go now.
Так, что там поинтересоваться, блядь? Ну-ка, Пипа, по-моему. Или нет? Блядь, чей отчет-то там был? Так. Гвинет Бранаган. Гвинет. Гвинет у нас. Так, а что там неизвестное что-то было? Гвинет. Нам надо серьезно поговорить.
Good evening, Doctor.
Так она там записана. Или нельзя? Ну ладно, давай до врача доебемся сразу. Я думал, через медсестру выйти, так сказать.
Good evening, Dr. Tippett.
Dr. Reed.
Погоди, но поинтересоваться, и чё? Как поинтересоваться-то? Это... Блять, это расследование какое-то, что ли? А, понятно. Блин, давай сбегаем, пока я... Блять, а где это вообще? Я думал, уже достаточно предъявить им, типа... Так, как мне тут лучше пройти? Блять, через этих бомжей, что ли? Просто не понимаю, как... Или мне надо... Блять, мне же не в морг надо идти. Нет. Да нет, игра. Не-не-не-не-не. Или да. Бля. Да, мне надо в морг. Блять, а чё я ушел от этого тела-то? Я на него тыкал, вроде не было осмотра. Состояние здоровое, да, я видел тут кучу бомжей, он внизу. Отличное состояние. Блять. Отвали.
Traces of a pinkish foam at the corner of the lips. Some sort of drug overdose, perhaps?
Mm-hmm.
The chest was originally opened to perform the operation. The sutures are clean.
Врачебная
The chest
ошибка.
has been reopened. Multiple abrasions and scarring on the arms and legs. Old and distinctive injuries of a sailor or a fisherman. A puncture over the left lung, possibly a chest tube insertion. Not the cleanest work, but I think it was successful. Signs of internal bleeding. So, Dr. Tippett's anesthetics were incorrectly dosed, causing the patient's death.
Прям заебал орать.
Then, he tried to operate on him again. Tippett has made an egregious error. It's time we talked.
Чё он орёт, блядь? Чё, может завалить? Ебло, блядь. Сейчас дело врачебной ошибки. Разрулим. Сделаем лекарство. Можно будет закончить. Для первого раза нормально. По оружию только бы еще определиться. Так, я думаю, сначала старушку Гвинет надо допросить. Где она есть-то?
Good evening, nurse.
Good evening.
Tell me what Dr. Tippett did. I know his mistake caused a patient's death.
If I had not covered up his error, Dr. Tippett would have been fired from this hospital. I could not let that happen.
You can't allow your emotions to dictate your conduct concerning patients, Nurse Brannigan.
Look around you, Dr. Reed. Do you really think we can afford to lose a brilliant practitioner like Dr. Tippett's in our situation?
Не, ну ситуация, конечно, тяжелая, но где гарантия, что он опять не накосячит?
Perhaps you did it with the best intentions, Nurse Brannigan, but you took a great risk. Must I remind you that a man died?
You mean you've never made a mistake? Never covered your tracks? Come on, Doctor. I wasn't born yesterday.
Ты, бабуля, не дерзи.
Goodbye, nurse.
Все от переутомления, я считаю. Есть очень хорошие новости.
Corcoran, I want you to tell me about Mr. Connor. How did he die? What happened?
He was my patient. He died because of my mistake. That's the blunt truth.
Who was this patient?
I don't know. Some sick man from the docks, maybe a fisherman. I had no time to talk with him. No one claimed a body.
What was the nature of the mistake?
It was a twofold error. My diagnosis was wrong, and the administered dosage was too strong.
Why not stop practicing?
Are you mad? I killed that man, I admit it, and it won't happen again. I have saved so many lives since then.
Ну, это, конечно, все меняет, да. Ну ладно. В принципе, у нас это экстренные ситуации.
I will cover for you, Dr. Tippett, by keeping what happened to Mr. Connor to myself.
I don't know what to say, actually. I can't exactly force you to become my accomplice.
You didn't force me. This is my decision to make. I believe you're still of use to the hospital, considering the situation.
Then I can make you this promise. As soon as the epidemic is eradicated, I will resign.
Вот так. У бабушки еще мы не все узнали. У него тут еще есть что-то за душой. Ладненько.
Goodbye, Dr. Tippett.
Пойдемте средства от переутомления сделаем. По идее их два, по-моему, нужно. Одно Типпетсу. Или он все уже ничем не болеет. Значит, только пацану, да? Так, что с этими двумя? Может, с матушкой надо поговорить, она мне что-то расскажет. Что они как-то подсвечены.
Yes, doctor?
Так, подожди. Кто-то вышел, дверь открыл.
Good evening, Doctor.
Do you require med?
I have other
Goodbye.
Ладно, я понял. Надо лекарство сделать и им отдать. Все, хорошо. Средства от переутомления. По сути, мы делаем энергоз, да? Больше я пока не знаю, от чего еще можно средства сделать. Пока вроде ничего и не надо. Я тут вроде ни у кого ничего не видел. Так, а это что такое?
You don't mind if I search your pockets, do you, sir?
Ай-яй-яй, Ракеш. Ай-яй-яй.
I'm not stealing from you, mister. I'm only redistributing your belongings to people who need them more than you. You see, no one has claimed your body, sir, so it would be such a shame to bury you with your valuables. I will not forget you, sir, and I thank you for your generous donation.
Надо пойти с ним поговорить на этот счет. Так, ну еще с теми двумя что-то можно посмотреть, может, в окно на них или... Блять, ну и а где точка обзора-то? А, это уже мертвый. А-а-а.
How can I be sure I'll not find your unconscious body in the house again?
I promise you, you'll not find my unconscious body.
For God's sake, how can you say such a thing?
How can you refuse to listen? I tried to warn you for so long.
No, I won't let my only son die. You promised me you'll stay alive.
Your son lied to you, like the whole world lies to us.
Тут какая-то да, драма. Зачем ты, Мортимер, хотел покончить с собой, блядь? Это грех, знаешь ли. Но теперь можно отдать лекарство. Серьезно со всеми поговорить.
Finally, you returned, Doctor.
Yes, nurse.
You've worked your first miracle, Doctor.
Duty calls. When the storm has passed, I'll show you how...
Many thanks, Doctor.
Так.
Don't waste your time with me.
Good evening, Doctor.
Your son wished to die, Beatrice. Why did you hide such crucial information?
Are you not aware suicide is a crime? Mortimer could be thrown in jail. I can't let that happen. I won't.
I understand you fear the legal consequences, Mrs. Goswick. But don't you realize your silence significantly affects your son's case?
All my son needs is help and comprehension. Not judgment and punishment for what he may or may not have done.
Ладненько,
Goodbye,
пообщаемся с пацаном.
Good evening, Mr. Goswick.
I'm okay.
Do you need any help?
I'm afraid I may, sir. I don't mean to be a burden.
You are not a burden, sir. Healing you is my responsibility.
And you have my gratitude for that.
Admit it, Mortimer. Your mother had you hospitalized here because you tried to kill yourself.
Yes, it's true.
All right, then. This is the first time we've really shared information about your case. Shall we call this progress?
Call it what you want, Dr. Reed.
You can trust me. I won't report you to the authorities. My one and only concern is your health.
I guess I should thank you then.
Can I help you in any way, Mr. Goswick?
I wrote a letter for my mother. She was supposed to read it after my death. But I suppose she doesn't have to read it now.
I see. And is this letter still near the place?
Вломиться в твою хату надо.
Yes.
Хорошо.
And I don't want anyone reading my last words. I mean, I'm still here. If you bring me back that letter, then perhaps we'll talk.
Угу. Так, и где это? Не очень далеко. Хорошо. Схожу завтра.
I have to go now, sir.
Good evening, sir. Doctor.
How can we be sure we're making a difference?
Так. Что за намеки игра? Блин, Томс, и зачем Томс мне убивать? Тем более я еще не все секретики его знал. Тогда опыта больше дадут. Но вампирши расстроятся. Как можно это допустить?
I cannot enter.
Ах ты, сука.
Please, Jonathan, come in. Fascinating, is it not? In the last decade, so many mysteries have been brought to light with our microscopes. The human body, biology's penultimate frontier. The more we explore its boundaries, the less we're able to trace a clear line between life and death. You, my friend, have a foot in both countries. The view must be vertiginous.
It's at least as vertiginous as chatting about vampires with you, I would say.
This must be all so new to you. This area of town, the hospital, a brand new life. How stimulating it must be.
I wish I could share your enthusiasm, Dr. Swansea, but my condition defies scientific categorization. Undead? Unalive? Immortality defies logic.
I cannot express my thrill at this serendipitous turn of events. The world's most eminent specialist in blood transfusions, a vampire. One might say a gift from heaven.
Ну, я рад твоему оптимизму.
It may seem strange, but your words have brought me some comfort here.
Forgive me. I've been an admirer of your work for a long time, and now you are so much more than a brilliant physician. And please, call me Edgar.
Мы нужны друг другу. У тебя есть знания, которыми ты не хочешь со мной делиться.
I'm not some doe-eyed student, Edgar. I understand we both have something to gain from this relationship.
Very well. I have a task for you, Jonathan. Something that will require all your newfound skills.
Please, go on.
The Pembroke only survives through the generosity of our benefactors. Unfortunately, our main donor has found herself in a bit of a bind. Now, if you could help her out...
A spokesman or politician is what you need. That's not my calling. And until I come to understand what has happened to me, I require discretion.
Discretion is in order, Jonathan. Lady Ashbury has recently received rather indelicate correspondence that, if revealed, would jeopardize her position.
And you would like me to eradicate this threat?
By the stole, of course not. I would just like you to pay her a visit. Her ladyship is certainly near the tents outside, tending the sick. You can't miss her. Look for someone impossibly delicate.
Accepted. I'll see what kind of trouble Lady Ashbury is in.
Mm-hmm.
Do you need something, Jonathan?
Поговорить надо бы.
I have just a few questions.
Then ask away. I'm at your service, Doctor.
Since you seem quite the expert on vampires, what could you tell me about my condition and how it came about?
As men of science, our first step is always to start with what we know. Forget the myths, the hackneyed scrawlings in the penny dreadfuls. They do not scratch the surface of the truth you now find yourself in.
Must I take a life to live?
You are a vampire. You feed, and blood is the sole sustenance that can sustain your immortal frame. And only a living creature contains the nourishment you require.
Ну, может, не обязательно всю выпивать?
The sun. The morning following my transformation. Its rays burned me. There was pain, smoke, and my skin blackened.
You will find there is very little that can kill a vampire, my friend. You have been offered relative immortality.
Да, поэтому я от
The
рандомных
sun will most
бомжей
certainly hurt
отъезжаю.
you, leaving you weakened and damaged, but it will not destroy you.
Мог бы поподробнее, так сказать.
The man we pursued and slew in the canning factory, William Bishop, I believe, was he a vampire?
He was a Skal, technically speaking. The debate rages as to their classification. Some think them a subspecies of vampire, others something else.
How do Skals come into existence?
The name means slave. The etymology may indicate that they are a lesser species of vampire. From what I know, vampires tend to despise them.
Just for clarity, what differences are there between myself and a Skal?
A Skal is easier to eliminate, Jonathan, even if they remain formidable foes for the unprepared. Vampires... Now, vampires exist beyond the mortal realm.
Блин, он скомканно как-то отвечает. Где подробности?
Since I'm the one working for you, what should I know about Pembroke Hospital?
Well, for many years, we have been the only medical facility in this part of town that people can rely on. We support the community here, as well as provide health care.
What do you expect of me?
What we need is hope. You were a soldier. This is a war. This white coat's still a uniform. We fight to help the poor, the sick of the East End, the forgotten.
Блин, почему ты, ты политик, что ли?
Where do we stand today?
Well, to be honest, we cope on a day-to-day basis. The first wave of the Spanish flu last summer took us by surprise. We lack many of the basic necessities needed.
You mentioned something about a secret society. A brotherhood, if I recall. Could you elaborate?
Certainly. I've been a member of the Brotherhood of St. Paul's Stole for several years. We are pledged to monitor and report vampire activity in England as impartial scientific observers.
А кто, охотится на нас?
That explains your nightly wanderings about the docks and the questions you ask.
I feel it wasn't mere coincidence that led us to that part of town. There was something as yet unseen that set those chain of events in motion.
Yet you don't fear me. And still, you know the monster that lurks beneath the civilized surface.
The Brotherhood has studied your kind for centuries. We believe you are as supernatural as a lion is to a gazelle.
Хорошее сравнение, Только ты-то в роли газели тут выступаешь, я бы не хотел. Ну, понятно. Спасибо за инфу.
We'll see each other again soon, Edgar.
Есть у тебя тут что-нибудь? Записники какие-нибудь? Уже совершал ошибочки. Понятненько. Был ли он врачом, кстати? По ошибке получил во время войны, Нихуя у тебя тут больница, конечно, дружище. Любопытно. Так, записочек больше нету. Блин, здесь хоть записки какую-то роль дают. Есть, ну, какой-то эффект. Можно пойти кому-то что-то предъявить после этого.
Good evening, Doctor. And good evening to you, Dr. Reed. Have you heard any talk of blackmail going on in the hospital?
If you're running some official inquiry, you had better question the patients. They know more than the staff, especially old Miss Jones.
Tell me, Thoreau, what's the real cause of your dislike for Dr. Ackroyd?
He refuses to admit that your blood transfusion technique is the only way to save Mr. Fiddick. I'm convinced we must use it.
What Dr. Ackroyd really said is that you lack the skill to perform this operation efficiently. Is there anything you have to say about this?
It's a false conceit. Dr. Ackroyd secretly envies your reputation. His jealousy blinds him. I'm not the real target here.
Любопытно.
Please, could
I'm a...
Так, ну с тобой вроде больше...
Goodbye, Doc.
Так, а где этот, блять, морг хренов?
I'm quite busy.
Have you heard about
blackmail?
Thank you.
Так.
Good evening.
Have you heard of...
Pardon me, sir.
How dare you steal from the dead, Rakesh? Is that what your pawnbrokers is really about?
These people are dead, sir. What they possessed could be useful for the living.
Блин, ну в принципе
And I'm
логично.
sure they would agree if they could speak.
You should show respect for the dead. What about their loved ones who may treasure these items you sell?
The bodies I watch over are the unwanted and undesired, sir. I would never deprive anyone of their family artifacts.
Блин, какой-то важный персонаж. 5000 опыта дают за него. Наверное, не стоит его сжирать пока.
Tell me the truth about your appointment as a medic during the war, Rakesh.
The regiment administration appointed me by mistake. I had to learn the job on the spot, sir. Very hard, sir, but I rose to the challenge.
Do you realize how many soldiers died because of that decision? You should have refused.
Yes, sir. I swear I did, sir. But no one listened. When the first wounded arrived, I had to do what I could.
It is an unbelievable story, Mr. Chidana.
It was a time beyond belief, Dr. Reed. But I'm happy not to deal with the wounded. I prefer caring for the dead now.
You can't impersonate a doctor. You can't improvise a medical education.
Ну, поэтому он, видать, в морг и подался с патологоанатома.
Absolutely right, sir. But as a field surgeon, it was more like being a butcher.
Do you believe you have really helped these people?
My ratings were within the averages of the regiment. I saved lives, Dr. Reed. Does that not say enough about triage and war surgery?
Ну ладно.
Goodbye, Mr.
Вопросы к ребятам с полка, так сказать. Командованию. Что они устроили тут?
Perhaps I should have considered the offer from that Cadogan fellow.
The flu took my dear wife, Emily. I take comfort knowing we'll soon be together again.
Mr. Rainfield, that's no way to talk. You're in good hands here, and we'll be up again soon enough. Now do me a kindness and get some sleep. I'll be back round later.
Your words are kind, the blessings of an angel. You're the sweet, sweet lady of mercy.
Good evening, Dr. Reed. It's a pleasure to see you again.
Так ты вампирша?
Dr. Swansea has brought me up to speed concerning your recent appointment to Pembroke Hospital.
You're a the lady who saved me that night, before vanishing into thin air. I remember you from the pub with Dr. Swansea.
Indeed. Allow me to introduce myself formally this time. My name is Lady Ashbury. I remember you well, in spite of the brevity of our encounter.
So it seems our Dr. Swansea does indeed have a fascination for creatures of our constitution.
Dr. Swansea is a remarkable man. Dedicated, one might say, obstinate? He spent years compiling our bestiary.
I hope you're more disposed to answer my questions now.
You must have countless questions, but our rather urgent matter first. Swansea has explained. My cover, if you prefer, has been compromised.
Have any of the patients given you trouble?
These poor souls have so little left to live for. I do my best to ease their pain.
The world would be a better place if it were cared for by women like you.
You make me blush. I am simply a necessary evil.
Pardon my boldness, your ladyship, but I have questions concerning this condition we share.
As a newborn, your hunger for answers is rivaled only by your thirst for blood. But the questions need wait.
I'm a scientist. My trade is in the deciphering of mysteries, and I need information to feed my mind.
I will gladly answer every question.
Dr. Swansea has commissioned me to be your agent in this matter. You could start by explaining what's amiss.
These past insufferable weeks, I've been the victim of extortion. I've made a first payment, but the blackmailer grows greedy. I must refuse.
Кто ж платит вымогателям? Ну ты что?
What are your expectations? Please be precise.
As the newly appointed surgeon of this hospital, you are in an excellent position to ask innocent questions and deftly learn the identity of my blackmailer.
Who would be so foolish as to threaten you? A kindred spirit.
Even if it were the case, and I highly doubt it, a vampire would have asked for something more valuable than money. My suspicions lean toward a patient or their family.
If we're dealing with an ordinary criminal, surely you've the means to deal with it yourself, if I may.
As immortal tradition doth dictate, all fangs and hypnotic eyes ablaze, the blood would run like a river. That's what I hope to avoid. Violence has a tendency to spiral out of control.
Please continue. Every detail is essential. I'm your man.
My embarrassment in this matter is eclipsed only by my shame at having put the hospital at risk. The threat from our anonymous scoundrel is clear. A list of dates. My visits coinciding with the dates of suspicious patient deaths due to massive blood loss.
Is it true?
Now aren't you the blunt one?
Я просто спросил.
Excuse my impertinence, your ladyship. This is not an interrogation. I assure you that this line of questioning is in your best interest.
In all honesty, I'm not simply a patron to the hospital. My visits serve a dual purpose. Dr. Swansea has been treating my condition with a revolutionary technique of blood transfusion. It seems you are a specialist in the domain.
I'll take care of it. Do you know where I should start?
Короче, кормушку оплачивает, спонсирует, я понял.
You could talk to the awful gossip, Harriet Jones. Not a pin drops here without her hearing about it.
I'll meet that woman now.
My life, as others know, is in your hands, Dr. Reed. I'm sure of your discretion, but I do fear your powers of persuasion will be put to the test. When this is resolved, I'll be your obligé. I'll answer all questions in regards of your...
Бля, ну я надеюсь, она не умрет, как обычно это бывает в таких квестах, типа... Ну я тебе все расскажу, объясню, но после того, как ты сделаешь поручение. А потом, бля, делаешь поручение, и с ней что-то происходит, или еще какая-то хуйня начинается. Я так понимаю, это бабуля наш пациент. Так. Куда встать, за кем, как следить? Где стоять-то, я не вижу, игра. Нужно какое-то местечко определенное. Я его не вижу. Сверху, может, можно. Блять, снаружи, а где? Блять. Я не успею, наверное, да? Пиздец, блять. Вот это прикол. А как? Вот это рофл. И как туда забираться, блять, на эти леса? Что это за шутки? Игра. Так, ладно, давайте разбираться. Так, а я... Что за... Почему метки-то нет? Телепортирующие меня, так сказать. Блять, с той стороны леса какие-то. Так, бомжи здесь вроде не отспавнились. Все оказалось проще. Только этот хер уже ушел, блядь. Класс. Кто там тайны открывает, кому темные? Блин, а когда он опять придет, пипец этот? Типец. Че он тут бухает, наверное, на работе? Блять, он ушел. Блин, иди обратно. Чел. Бля, ну и видок мне. Как мне... Вообще здесь кто-то воспринимает. Сказали бы, доктор, вам самому бы, блядь, подлечиться. Взгляд, эти глаза, блядь, мертвенно-бледные. Я думаю, не очень долгий у него тайминг прохода. Блин, такая вот тяжелая работа групп наружного наблюдения и оперов в засаде. Сидишь, ждешь. Нарды бы какие-нибудь или доминошку разложить. Блин, тупо, что здесь весь стелс, а тут эта медленная походка. Хоть приседание какое-нибудь изобрели бы. Блин, чел, ну где ты там ходишь, блядь? Мне... Самое... На работу с утра надо в душ уже идти. Блин, ну на костюмчик не поскупились. Спасибо и на этом. Блин, ну имя, конечно, Пиппа. Блин, док, ну давай. Иди сюда. Или мне надо к нему подойти, его триггернуть, чтобы он сюда пришел, и потом уже бежать сюда. Немного тупо. Но походу так и придется делать. Главное не заблудиться. Блин, типец, давай, не души. Это его последний секрет, кстати, получается. Давай иди уже. Так, что ты еще в эту палатку заглянешь, прежде чем туда идти, да? Так, ну я так понимаю, время пошло, да? Да. Побежали. Блять. Блять, я опять заблудился, сука. Да ёб твою мать! Как это нахуй возможно? Блядь. Меня вообще не видно. В окно посмотрел такой. Так. Ну и что мы тут делаем? Нихуя, да ты наркоман. Дедуля, чё, морфи колем?
Damn it! Why is this so difficult every time?
Тун-тун-тун-тун-тун-тун-тун-тун-тун-тун-тун.
That is better. That is better. I will make it through one more.
Бля, не лучше, ну, ночку взять, все-таки передохнуть, чем сидеть на этом. Ну ты чё, дед, блядь? Ну ты чё, блядь? Блядь. Расстраиваешь меня. Блядь, а где этот проход-то сраный? Подожди. Блядь, он был здесь, я не туда пробежал. Так, где он там?
Good evening, Doctor.
Dr. Reed.
Есть у меня кое-что.
What will you do after your resignation? Do you have a plan?
I always fancied visiting Cyprus. Such a beautiful island. I could buy a house there by the sea.
Откуда у тебя столько денег?
And wait for death.
I know you're taking drugs, Corcoran. Why take such a risk?
I need it to endure the long shifts. We have no idea how long the epidemic will last. We can't let it win.
For God's sake, what are you thinking? How can you be so irresponsible?
Irresponsible? I am devoted to my work. I am doing this for all the patients who need our help. I cannot abandon them.
Ну, не знаю, хуйня какая-то, по-моему. То, что там этот помер из-за него, как бы еще окей, но, блядь.
Have you heard of any?
I have no time.
Наркозависимый врач, блядь.
What can you...
Some are really...
Это не очень
What is this
хорошо.
Don't be...
I'm for Do you need any med...
Come on.
Goodbye, Doctor.
Ну, такое. Так, как тут сейвы работают? Ладненько, пойду я уже в душ. Вечерком продолжим. Часов во сколько? В 10 вечера по Москве. Спасибо всем за компанию, все такое. И желаем спокойной ночи, хороших выходных. Приходите еще. Ну а с вами был Старый, и всем пока.